Good morning. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The search for answers in Monday's deadly school shooting in Madison, Wisconsin continues as the suspected shooter has now been identified.
A second grader is credited with saving lives, calling 911 as a student opened fire at the Abundant Life Christian School in Madison, Wisconsin, killing a teacher, another student, and wounding 6 others. The suspect, now identified as 15-year-old Natalie Ruppnow, who went by Samantha. Officials say the student brought a handgun to the K-12 school, opening fire in study hall with students from mixed grades.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey. Now, the shooting once again bringing school safety into question, including whether metal detectors should be in all schools. There were none at this school. Here in Tennessee, lawmakers agreed last year after the Covenant School shooting to set aside money for school resource officers in every school statewide. Another law mandates that any school door that leads to the outside must be locked when students are present. Other news of the day, a Clarksville man has been charged with first-degree murder. 20-year-old Nathan Rodriguez charged with a shooting at a home on West Creek Drive yesterday afternoon. The investigation is still underway. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. A record high close for the Nasdaq today as tech shares rallied. The index closing up 247 points to finish at a record 2173. Shares of Google parent Alphabet, Tesla, Apple, and Broadcom, the AI chip maker, all rallying to new highs. The rising Nasdaq tide raising the broader S&P 500, that index up 23 points. But outside of tech, it was a rather ho-hum day, with the Dow falling 110 points, down for its 8th straight session. Honeywell shares rose close to 10% today after the industrial conglomerate said it was considering selling its aerospace division. An activist investor has been pushing the company to break up. Worldwide wages are higher, up 2.7% from the same time last year, but the United Nations says the recovery's been led by Asia and places like China and Russia. That while Western Europe and North America lags in wages in the G20 countries remaining below pre-pandemic levels. Dave Packer, ABC News.
And we're looking at futures this morning. Everything looks like it's pointing down. The Dow futures are minus 155. We've got NASDAQ futures minus 6, and the S&P futures are down 15 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, looks like things are moving well on 24 this morning. Same for 40 and for 65 heading into Nashville. The only places that I see that are slow this morning along Broadway, both sides, things look like they're touch and go all the way into Nashville and out of Nashville as well. Still wet on the road, so maybe add a few extra moments for your commute this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. How are you? Welcome on in to your Tuesday, December 17th. Johnny B's here. Joan Jones is here. I'm here as well. You're here. Thank you for that. Donald Trump was doing a press conference, very, as they say, impromptu press conference yesterday. He had a lot of things to say, and I'm just going to take 5 seconds to say the absolute obvious that Joe Biden nor Kamala Harris could have done this. But Donald Trump walks out, again, impromptu press conference, comes in, and for about an hour and 10 minutes plus, he was talking to the media, taking questions, and again, he had a lot of things to say. So I've got some of the more relevant sound bites for you, and he did have a lot of things to say. The fact that the Biden administration is trying to sabotage President Trump. Now, what's interesting is that he didn't actually use that word, but it is clear that is what the Biden administration, the outgoing Biden administration, is trying to do. They're trying to sabotage Donald Trump again. So I love how we started the discussion because it is exactly what I've been saying about this peaceful transition of power.
There are two events that took place. We're talking about a friendly takeover, a friendly transition, as they like to say. This is a friendly transition, and it is. But there are two events that took place that I think are very terrible.
Yeah, and they are terrible. So Donald Trump wanted some investigations done back in 2020 after the election to ensure that everything was on the up and up. You had, of course, January 6th, of course. But what about Joe Biden? Joe Biden, what he is doing right now to sabotage Donald Trump, he's done two things, as the president said, the president-elect said. And who knows what they've done behind the scenes, by the way, to set traps for 2025. But Trump talked about both of them yesterday, including Joe Biden reaching a contract with all of those stay-at-home workers.
One is that if people don't come back to work, come back into the office, they're going to be dismissed. And somebody in the Biden administration gave a 5-year waiver of that so that for 5 years, people don't have to come back into the office. It involved 49,000 people. For 5 years, they don't have to go. They just signed this thing. It's ridiculous. Yeah. So it was like a gift to a union, and we're going to obviously be in court to stop it.
Right. I mean, what did I say when that happened? It's clear that what the Biden campaign, what the Democrats are doing, the Biden administration is doing, is they're trying to hamstring the president-elect. And the union that Trump was talking about was the American Federation of Government Employees. Remember what Joe Biden did. You've got Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, and we're talking about those two. We're talking about the Department of Government Efficiency and all these past COVID privileges, which is what they are, where you got all of these government workers, these federal employees, not only in Washington, D.C., but across the country, and they continue to work from home. And so Trump and Vivek and Elon Musk and all these folks have been saying, you know what? Come January 20th, you folks are coming back to work, like many, many, many Americans. And so then here comes Biden with this contract. this agreement with the union to allow them to work from home. And so Trump is like, okay, what the hell is that? And so Trump has now said, and you just heard it, that they will be filing a lawsuit, as they should. I mean, what they're trying to do is trim the budget, the government, and make it more efficient in ordering these folks back to work. So Biden, again, cuts a deal with almost 50,000 federal employees so they can stay home. So that was active sabotage number one. How about number two? Selling the remaining materials for the wall for pennies on the dollar. We spoke about this too.
Really terrible. We spent a tremendous amount of money on building the wall. The wall was designed specifically by the Border Patrol because it's very hard to climb. We spent a lot of money on building it, and we have hundreds of miles that we put up. A lot of people don't realize. We ordered an additional 200 miles of wall. It's very expensive. And now it's about double the price of what it would have been 6 years ago. And the administration is trying to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar, knowing that we're getting ready to put it up. And what they're doing is really an act. It's almost a criminal act.
I mean, you heard him say it. It's almost a criminal act. You're talking about concrete and steel and rebar and all those types of materials, and it's been laying around for years. And now that Donald Trump won the election, Biden is selling it for pennies on the dollar, wasting taxpayer dollars in the process. It is petulant. It's not good sportsmanship. It's not clearly a good use of taxpayer dollars. It is a complete waste. And yes, and to me, this is most important. It is a betrayal of America's vote for Donald Trump.
They know we're going to use it, and if we don't have it, we're going to have to rebuild it, and it'll cost double what it cost years ago, and that's hundreds of millions of dollars because you're talking about a lot of wall. And what happened is they just, as you see, they're trying to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar, and that's really that has nothing to do with a smooth transition. That has to do with people really trying to stop our nation. And all it means really is that we're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars more, not even talking about the time. Time would be pretty long, but we'll spend hundreds of millions of dollars more on building the same wall that we already have.
Right. So is this really a peaceful transition of power? You got all these materials. He's selling it, and Biden is selling it, and Donald Trump is saying, well, I'm hoping that Joe Biden will decide no, that he will not sell these things. And it's interesting because to hear Trump talk, it's almost like he doesn't think that Biden knows what's going on. He says, hopefully Joe can stop it. I mean, listen, memo to Donald Trump. Joe's behind this. I promise you that Joe does know what's going on. So I would say, I don't believe this is and I'm going to air quote this, a peaceful transition of power. I don't think this is a peaceful transition of power at all. So now you have all of these people that are buying all of this material up and trying to sell it back to Donald Trump for hundreds of dollars a foot. And clearly a tremendous markup. And it's just stupid. So Trump is filing a restraining order. He's talking to the governor, the lieutenant governor, and the senators for the state of Texas who can perhaps help, because I'm assuming that's where a lot of this stuff is. Dan Patrick, we played that audio for you yesterday. The lieutenant governor of Texas, he spoke about buying all of this stuff himself. But you see, that's not the point. The point is that this is simply sabotaging the next administration. And I just wish for one moment, and I know that we all spent forever talking about how I wish he would just be more presidential, right? I wish just once Trump would have, during this press conference, he would have come through with that's, bullshit. But he didn't because he's trying to be presidential. But I will not say it either because I'm on the radio and I can get in trouble. But let me tell you something. We all know what it is. It's absolute BS. Because the point is that the outgoing administration is doing what? They're sabotaging the next administration. Do you remember when, Joan might remember this, so I got to take a break. Real quick, let's do the traffic on WTN.
There is an accident this morning. It's on Harding Place, right at I-24. This one involves some injuries, and police are saying be careful as you approach that area. Otherwise, on 24, on 40, on 65, things are looking good, even though it's a little bit wet still on the roads this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 5:16 on Nashville's Morning News. As far as your weather today, cloudy, slight chance of rain. High of 58 degrees and right now 54 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So the outgoing administration, the Biden administration, is sabotaging the incoming Trump administration. And that's obvious by what Donald Trump spoke about yesterday, what I'm talking about right now. Do you remember when the worst thing that the outgoing administration did was when Clinton was leaving office and George W. Bush was coming in and the Clinton people removed all the W's from the typewriters? Do you remember like that? That was like all the fun and games that they used to do.
Doesn't it seem like child's play now? I was so mad at that at the time.
I was too.
But it seems like child's play now. That was silly. This is serious.
They're sabotaging. I can't think of any other word. And I know that I keep using that word, but Donald Trump is saying, I hope that Joe Biden will prevent his administration from doing this. And I understand that we all believe, and I believe that Biden really doesn't know what the heck is going on within his own administration. But I think he probably knows what's going on here. I'd be willing to bet that Biden does. And I like how Trump said it's almost criminal. But, we don't know what crimes would actually be broken. Maybe there are some crimes that have been broken here. I don't know. But I'll tell you what, I've been saying this since literally election day. Since literally election day. The Democrats just keep doing this stuff. And so the more childish, petulant behavior that they do, this kind of stuff, but this isn't childish or petulant. I mean, this is millions of dollars that is being wasted. And what they're trying to do, just like in the first, in Trump's first administration, what they're trying to do is prevent him from doing his job that he was elected to do. So, no, this is not a peaceful transition of power, not by a long shot. Now, staying on illegal immigration, Donald Trump was asked whether or not nations like Venezuela would be willing to take back their gangbanger illegal aliens, right? Tren de Aragua, for example. They all, as you know, they come from Venezuela. Now, remember in the past, you've had, I think it was Guatemala, Venezuela, of course. They've refused to allow them to be shipped back to their countries when we arrested them here in America. It was like, okay, what do we do with Carlos here? Do we try him here? We have him in prison here? Or do we send him back to where he came from, Venezuela? Because more than likely, he is wanted for crimes there. And Venezuela was saying, we don't want him back. You've got to deal with him here. And so then our prisons get all filled up with these dirtbag illegal aliens, and they're living a better life in our prisons than they would in Venezuela, where they run the prisons, basically. And so Donald Trump says, no. You know what? Actually, Venezuela will be taking back their gangbanging scumbags.
With in terms of your mass deportation plans, have you had any preliminary discussions with countries like Venezuela, from where the Tren de Aragua gang is now popping up?
They'll take them back.
They're going to take them back.
They're all taking them back. Yep. And if they don't, they'll be met very harshly economically.
There you go.
Okay, they'll all take them back. Venezuela and other countries were not behaving very well with us during my administration, and within 24 hours they were behaving very well. They'll all take them back.
And separately, can I ask a follow-up
Jeff?
on that?
Well, and no, the Trump was done with that comment. But, here's the deal. When you do some quick Google searches, we give Venezuela, and I have no idea why in the world we do this, we give Venezuela at least $171 million in foreign aid. And so one of the things, remember when Donald Trump said these were crap hole countries? He's talking about Venezuela, among others. And so one of the things that Trump wanted to do, and I don't remember exactly how it all went down, but Trump said, I'm not giving these crap hole countries this aid anymore because they're allowing all of these dirtbags to come here and they won't take them back. That was in the first administration. And so I hope that he's going to do that this time. Stop giving them the $171 million in foreign aid. We also import $504 million worth of goods into America from Venezuela, and we export $3.8 billion. And so for me, President Trump, he's got to do what he's got to do. And if Venezuela, and he says, it sounds like he's already spoken to these folks, but he is out there saying, you know what? If they refuse to take them back, then we're going to hurt them financially. The other thing I think that we need to do is just, and I don't know how many gangbangers we can catch and then send back, but we just put them on a rickety old bus and drive them back out to Venezuela, because at that point, our border will be far more secure, right? I think, to me, that seems to be a rather obvious thing to do. Hopefully, that is ultimately what we do end up doing, but that all remains to be seen. The point of this segment, though, is that right now there is no peaceful transition of power. That is clear. Biden and the Democrats are trying to sabotage Trump again. It is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones is in the newsroom. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, Dan, I'm so not ready for you. Okay, so what investigators have to say after the Christian school shooting in Madison, Wisconsin, which happened yesterday. Also, the federal government finally deploying technology to help ID those drones that keep arriving over the Northeast. Those stories at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
626, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. Dan Mandis here. Boy, the new clock has taken effect. Joan, what am I going to do? I've got like 4 minutes to fill.
You're going to talk nonsense, Dan. Easy for you.
I'm going to be nonsensical. Really? Because you're the one that said, oh, Dan, I'm so not ready for you. And
You caught that, huh?
I sure did.
Yeah.
I almost said, yeah, and that's not the first time I've heard that from a woman.
Woo!
What?
Man,
What?
You're on fire this morning.
Woof.
The comedy is there.
1082 says, 1082 says Trumpery is a synonym for BS. I don't know about that.
Trumpery
But
is a synonym for BS.
that's what he said. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if that makes him a fan of Trump or not a fan of Donald Trump.
Kind of sounds like he's not.
Yeah, I would say so, Johnny. 5669 says it's pretty clear what they're doing. They want to inflate the cost, and this is true. Trump talked about this. They want to inflate the cost of the wall, the materials of the wall, and so forth, so that we, the people, have to pay more money to build that wall. It's not. Do you know what it feels like? It feels like with Biden selling all the materials for the wall, it's like they're punishing Trump supporters.
Yes.
That's what it feels like, right? So I got to tell you, the more that Biden does this, and the more that you think Biden knows that they're doing this, by the way? Because Trump, the way that he spoke yesterday during the press conference, and Joan, I don't know if you saw the press conference.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll talk about that during the Gang of Three. But I mean, seems to me like Trump is trying to be nice and sort of protect Joe Biden a little bit, and he's trying to be presidential. But the reality is that he deserves to be pissed, because they're not only doing what they're doing by trying to sabotage Donald Trump and his second term, but they're doing it not only to Trump, but also to all of his supporters. So I don't know how angry I would want him to get, but I want him to call out Biden. See, today in all the newscasts, I'm not seeing where Donald Trump literally said, so I'm asking Joe Biden, please don't allow them to do this. Please, Joe Biden, put a stop to this. And I don't see anybody covering that.
Of course they're not. In fact, if you look at all so I use cuts from ABC News to, add to my news stories. All of the cuts involve the reporters talking about RFK Jr. and how he used to believe that polio was a bad vaccine and all vaccines are bad.
Really, Joan?
And,
so can I ask a question? Are they actually reporting that yesterday when he walked into the Senate building,
yes,
they asked him, hey, where are you at on the polio vaccine? And he said, I'm all in.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm all in.
No, they're not. In fact, they've fed cuts since then that say just the opposite. So the mainstream media, and as you know, we get our cuts from ABC News, the mainstream media is carrying this narrative as far as they possibly can. As far as they can. And the other cuts are about Trump losing his bid to have his hush money case thrown out. Mm-hmm. It's anything that is negative toward Trump.
Yeah, well, here we are.
Yeah.
But that's the great thing about Nashville's Morning News is we can set the record straight.
Absolutely, and we do every day.
And that's why you're so smart, is because you can fix their BS-ery as they report it.
Hey, you know what you did?
ABS-ery. ABCS or whatever.
What? You said it was 6:28 and not 5:28, and
says who? One of the super texters?
Several of the super texters.
They lie.
7686 made note of it. Mark made note of it.
Wow.
At 0860. Yeah. So.
I love how I have so many wives on the super text line to keep track of every single one of my mistakes. All right, it's 5:30 on WTN.
Good morning, 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We'll have a pause in the rain today, but we have been hearing about some rain arriving tonight and maybe some pretty gusty storms. So there's some bad weather headed our way, and we've got the full forecast for you, along with traffic coming up in just a few minutes. Investigators are still combing through the evidence in yesterday's school shooting at the private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin.
The deadly 112th school shooting this year in the United States at a Christian school called Abundant Life has the unusual distinction of having a female shooter who was only 15. Police say she opened fire in a classroom during study hall, killing a fellow student and a teacher and wounding 6 others before responders would find her with an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound.
That's ABC's Sonia Racon. Now, a hit-and-run crash has critically injured a pedestrian here in East Nashville. This happened yesterday morning about 9:30. Police say home surveillance video shows a car being operated by 54-year-old Michael Williams accelerating to the point of losing control on Porter Avenue, causing his car to jump the sidewalk and strike a pedestrian. Williams left the scene, but a witness followed him to a home on Riverside Drive, and that's where police arrested him. No word on the condition of that pedestrian. It has been weeks since the first reports of drones along the Northeast coast, and now the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security have deployed state-of-the-art drone detection technology and infrared cameras. ABC's Whit Johnson reports.
We went on patrol with Officer Francesca Escudero of the Clinton Township Police Department in New Jersey.
When the sun goes down, the drones come out.
And it didn't take long before we spotted those hovering lights over a reservoir. In the dark with cloudy skies, we couldn't positively identify exactly what the objects were, but their inconsistent movements did not resemble nearby planes.
Now, the FBI is saying it's processing nearly 5,000 tips on drone activity, but says fewer than 100 have generated credible leads. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 5:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Big news for my friends at DT McCall's. If you've been thinking about buying a gun safe, but you've been putting it off, now is your time, because gun safes are sales tax free at DT McCall's. That's right, sales tax free. So check them out today. DT McCall's is the largest Liberty Safe dealer in the state of Tennessee. Why? Because of that free delivery and setup. Now, other places are going to charge you $500 at least for delivery and setup at bigger models and $300 for smaller models, but not at DT McCall & Sons. They deliver every safe free every time period, and no setup charge either. So you can save some big bucks right now on your Liberty gun safe when you shop at your local DT McCall's. Find them online, dtmccalls.com, for locations and information. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
There is an accident at Harding Place right at I-24 this morning, and that one involves some injuries. Could be there for a while, so police say take your time going around that area. 24 otherwise looks pretty good this morning, and so does 40 heading into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:37. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk and 7 WTN. So one super texter took offense to me saying I have a lot of wives, just reminding me when I do wrong things on the super text line and in the newsroom. And he said, well, no, you're just making me think that I'm an hour late. So there is that aspect of it too. So
yeah, but the positive side of that, super texter, is that then you'll get ready faster, and you'll be set to go. You'll be early to work.
That's exact. And who doesn't want to be early to work?
Yeah, I mean,
I can tell you a few people.
Yeah, I can too, actually.
Yeah. Never mind.
Wow. Hey, did you guys hear the new DEI? It's Democrat enforced idiocy. That's how you.
Wow.
That's the new definition for DEI.
I like that.
Democrat enforced idiocy.
Agreed.
Yes.
Do we all agree? Raise your hands if you say aye.
Can I raise both?
You sure can.
All right.
There you go.
I'm raising a foot.
You know what?
Johnny's raising his fingers. Johnny.
How about if I raise a middle finger? That's exactly right. Hey, by the way, real quickly, I don't know if Johnny needs some audio.
You got it.
I'm working on a new legal ID for the radio station.
Oh, cool.
Not for when we, go to local news, but when we go to ABC News when we're a network.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, WWTN, Hendersonville, Nashville with ABC News. And then it goes like...
So far, I like it.
Do you like it so far?
I really do.
My computer's not working.
Oh, man. Imagine that.
That would have been so good, too. Should I try it one more time?
You want to call in?
And then ABC News.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's when Richard Cantu shows up.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
And that's not the first woman to say that to him.
Oh. Very nice.
Man.
Oh, no.
So how did we like the Donald Trump press conference? I loved it. I watched the whole darn thing. I think he was trying to be Joan a little more presidential. John, you can chime in too.
Sure.
I think he was trying to be presidential.
I do think he was trying to be presidential.
Do you think he's actually taken some media training?
I don't know if he's taken media training, but he's probably listened to his handlers a little bit, which is unusual for him because he doesn't really like to.
Right.
But the one thing that bothers me, and you mentioned it before about him trying to be sort of conciliatory toward Biden and being kind, and I want him to crush Biden. I don't want him to be kind. That doesn't work. They don't play nice.
Remember,
no, they do not.
Remember what I said the other day is that, what really defines your character is what you do when you think nobody's looking. That's what Joe Biden and the Democrats are doing.
Yes.
They're trying to rip off the American people when they believe that nobody's looking.
Yes.
They're doing a good job.
Well, yeah, because the media, the conservative media is reporting this stuff, but nobody else is.
Traditional media will not report it. That's right.
Not at all.
So if they don't report it, it doesn't happen in their world.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that is exactly right. So I don't know. Do you think, here's my question. How long do you think the tame Trump will go before he just gets, bat crap crazy ticked off?
Will we see that, or will he do it behind the scenes? I don't
know. We sure saw a lot when you had CNN in the White House press briefing room. What was his name? Jim Acosta?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
So
Fake news.
Fake news Acosta. That's exactly right.
But then he got his own show, so he must have done okay in their eyes.
Yeah, when I think of Jim Acosta,
Oh, no.
I think, oh God, Jim Acosta.
You're not the first.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
I thought Trump was good though. And you're right. I think he is trying to be conciliatory. But going back to ABC, and we're talking about how a lot of the media is reporting that RFK Jr. is not. It's like he's going to ban the polio vaccine.
Yeah.
Now, what's silly about that is it wasn't actually RFK Jr. that said that. It was his attorney.
His attorney,
Somebody
yes.
who was, closely affiliated with him. But I don't know if RFK Jr., I know he's a vaccine skeptic. I don't know if he's ever actually said specifically the polio vaccine needs to go. And so here's my problem. And this brings up a really good point, which I think we've talked about before, but it is worth re-examining. Trump says that he is going to sue that pollster who said he was going to lose Iowa, right? We've talked about that. This was the big news yesterday, and this is what Donald Trump said, repeating his vow to sue pollster Ann Selzer, who published that bombshell survey in the Des Moines Register a couple of weeks, I guess, before the election. And he says, you know what? That was clearly fake, and he's going to sue her because, remember, he was supposed to win Iowa like outright.
Yeah.
And then a couple of weeks before the election, she comes out with this poll showing basically that he's going to lose. And everybody knew that this poll was BS.
The people in Iowa, their newspaper, which had a very, very good pollster who got me right all the time. And then just before the election, she said I was going to lose by 3 or 4 points. And it became the biggest story all over the world because I was going to win Iowa by 20 points. The farmers loved me and I loved the farmers. And it was interesting the way she did it. She brought it down 2 weeks before. She said I was going to only win by 4. That was a big story. But that was good because she brought it down from like 22 points to 4. And in my opinion, it was fraud and it was election interference.
All right, so...
And you know the DOJ is not going to press the election interference charges. That would be their job. That's a federal crime. And the DOJ and Merrick Garland are not going to go after anybody for election interference unless they want to say that Donald Trump interfered by, January 6th. And, all of those things. The DOJ isn't going to do it, so he will need to file a defamation lawsuit against this woman in order to get any justice.
Well, if he's got Pam Bondi as the attorney general, I don't think she would do it either. See, here's the thing. Number one, you would have to prove damages. Like in civilly, you'd have to prove damages. That's number one. But number two, you'd have to prove that she did it on purpose. And I don't know if he can prove that she did it on purpose. I mean, remember, we all said it feels like this Ann Selzer took the money and ran. Where it's like, okay, so all of a sudden, within a couple of weeks of the election, and I don't remember how close it was to the election, but it was really close. She comes out with this bass-backwards BS poll that says that Trump is going to lose. And it gave everybody this fodder to talk about how Kamala Harris was suddenly going to win the election. And it was clear that what Ann Selzer was trying to do with her BS poll was trying to rocket launch a conversation about Kamala Harris. That's what she was trying to do. So the question is, if he can prove that she did this on purpose, and then you've got the Des Moines Register, whoever owns the Des Moines Register and so forth, then could they be charged with election interference because they were literally trying to interfere with the election? Am I off my nut? Apparently so, because everybody's awfully quiet, so I can just keep talking. I don't know. See, to me, I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah.
But if she did that on purpose.
Oh, yeah.
And let's face it, the media with the George Stephanopoulos thing, we had that the other day, yesterday, whatever it was. Now we have this. And so
she's already responded to this. Have you seen what her response is?
No.
So she said they're saying that this was that this was election interference, which is a crime. So the idea that I intentionally set up to deliver this response when I've never done that before. I've had plenty of opportunities to do it. It's not my ethic. But to suggest without a single shred of evidence that I was in cahoots with somebody, I was being paid by somebody, it's all just it's hard to pay too much attention to it, except that they are accusing me of a crime. So she says, that wasn't what she was doing.
Mm-hmm. But see, it was so wrong. That's the thing. That wasn't an outlier. That was literally the exact opposite of all the other polls. And so it seemed rather crazy. And here's the deal. I have no idea. Did she get paid? I don't think she got paid by some dark, shadowy entity, not that anybody can prove. But we'll have to see where she goes from here. But it just feels like that poll was so incredibly off base, and she was supposedly such a great pollster that the only thing that I could imagine is that she did it on purpose. I don't know if she did it on purpose, but I can see where Trump is going.
But she's also moved on, and I'm using air quotes, moved on to other ventures. You know, she's spending more time with her family.
Yes.
Yeah, she's doing all those things that you do when you get out of Dodge.
Right.
So she's either been fired or she's using all that money she was paid by somebody to say what she said about the polls and retiring.
Yeah.
Take the money and run.
Yeah.
There is that too. Listen, here's what I want. I want the discovery and I want the investigation. That's what I want. Because that poll was so just off the charts bad at the time that it happened. And it had no reasonable, it wasn't even close to what actually happened. So I think my BS meter went up immediately. And everybody else's did too. So I get it. And I get where Trump is going with this. But it's a slippery slope, right? And I hate slippery slope stuff. But here's the deal. If you go after her, well, then where is that gray line? Like, okay, so if you are somebody who ends up with an outlier poll, are you going to be sued? What if you're Fox News and you have an outlier poll? Now, all of a sudden, and it's going to impact the Democrats. Are you going to get sued by the Democrats? So I see where Trump is going, but at the same time, it can be a little worrisome because of where this could go. This is what Brian Stelter had to say about all that. Remember, Donald Trump is also going after 60 Minutes because, remember, they edited that interview with Kamala Harris to try to make Kamala Harris look better. Didn't really do it, but, I mean, they tried to make Kamala Harris look better, and Trump is going after 60 Minutes as well. Of course, we already know what happened with ABC News at George Stephanopoulos, but that was a little different. Because Stephanopoulos literally said that Donald Trump did something, a crime that he did not do. So that's a bit of a different thing. But this is Stelter on these various lawsuits.
The answer is yes. Media lawyers are worried about this. They're preparing for it. They are preparing their newsrooms for it with the expectation of more lawsuits, more leak investigations, more subpoenas in the months and years to come. There's a great AP story about this morning saying there's a balancing act right now for the press between being fearful and just being prepared. Doing our jobs, but being aware of the climate. And maybe that's partly what ABC was doing here. ABC, as a source there, said to me, we needed this problem to go away. They were trying to explain the payment that way. But now, as you said, $15 million for Trump's future museum. I imagine there will be an ABC News Hall of Fake News. There will be some attempt to troll as a result of this.
He was listening to us.
Yeah, he was.
That's what we said yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was actually radio plastic. Radio
Not
gold,
gold.
radio
Yeah.
plastic.
Yeah.
Radio
I
plastic, very
see.
good.
I'm sorry, did you guys find that joke to be a little...
Oh, no.
You know what? That'll be the official Mandis joke sounder.
Oh, no.
Moving right along. Whatever. I'm done with you two. It's only 5:51.
And he's already done with us, Johnny.
Man, the day
Jeez.
just started, too.
It's only Tuesday.
Johnny's got... You know, Johnny, we could do a battle of sound effects, my friend.
Yes, we can.
You know what? I mean,
Go ahead, try. Go
I've
ahead.
got one.
Oh, no.
There you go. Whatever. It's all good. Hey, Joan, what's coming up?
I need my music. I have standards. Thank you.
Clearly
Yeah.
not. You work on this show. Moving right along.
Yeah. Investigators are still piecing together the motive in yesterday's school shooting in Wisconsin. Also, there were some arrests made over drones, but in this incident, there were some U.S. service members who were killed. Those stories coming up at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:55, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. We're talking a little bit about the Biden administration and what they're doing to sabotage the incoming Trump administration with the wall and selling all of those materials for pennies on the dollar and so forth. Listen to this from the Daily Mail. The bizarre new rumor about Joe Biden that is convincing train surfing migrants to rush to the U.S. in the next 48 hours. So the rush is on, and I don't know if I have time to get into all of this, but here's the bottom line about what's happening, is that everybody knows that Donald Trump is going to be tough on the border, as he should. That's what people voted on. Now they say that we are in for, over the next, 4 or 5 weeks? About that? 4, 5, 6 weeks, whatever it's going to be, till January 20th. We are going to have a massive influx of illegal aliens coming to our southern border and absolutely flooding. Do you remember the photos that we used to watch in the videos where you saw like hundreds of migrants, all of them holding onto these train cars as they're moving, trying to make their way to America? So that's apparently what's going to happen. And now, according to the Daily Mail, and by the way, this was written by our friend Todd Bensman. And he says, the translators, the people that are translating for him, they're saying that these illegal aliens, what they're trying to do is they're trying to make it to America before Donald Trump takes office. And that's not especially surprising, is it? Isn't that what we've seen? And doesn't that tell you that America voted for the right president back in November? Absolutely. And so now, of course, this brings and is embedded in this story. They're talking about how these kids are once again making this horrifying journey. And Trump has said many, many, many times that his opinion and the way that he handles the border is a lot more humane than what we see under a Joe Biden. Because we literally see, and we've talked about this ad nauseum, what we're literally seeing is children dying on their way to our southern border. He says, most of the migrants I met in Mexico City said they were giving up their plans to sneak into America. He says, as I reported last week, these people were either returning to their home countries or settling in Mexico. However, there's others that are making a run for the border. But it's interesting what he says. And we talked about this in Donald Trump's first term. Threats from the incoming Trump administration to close the border and deport all illegals, they are indeed having the desired deterrent effect or impact. And that's great to know, because they know that even if they get into this country, eventually Trump is going to have a very unwelcoming culture or atmosphere here in America for illegal aliens and Tren de Aragua and MS-13. And the bottom line is, we all know that not all of these people are illegal aliens, but at the same time, the fewer that come right now, the less we have to kick out of the country and deport, which is going to cost a lot of money. Donald Trump knows that. You know that. I know that. But you know what? Bottom line is, that's what we voted for. And despite what Joe Biden is trying to do, which is sell all the remnants of the wall, and we're going to have to go and buy it all back, we still have to do it because that's what we voted on. And so if Biden's going to do what he's going to do, we have to do what we have to do after January 20th. 6 o'clock on WTN.
Good morning. It is now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're hearing that there could be some strong storms that move in tonight. You want to hear about that in the full forecast and traffic coming up in just about 5 minutes. Officials in Madison, Wisconsin are beginning to piece together the motive behind Monday's deadly school shooting, and once again sparking a discussion on school safety in the U.S.
This shooting once again bringing school safety into question, including whether metal detectors should be in all schools.
And believe me, they're going to figure out a way. If they're that determined like she apparently was today, they'll figure out a way to get a weapon into the school.
At least 323 shootings have been reported at K through 12 schools in the U.S. this year, down from 349 last year.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey. Now, the similarities to the Covenant school shooting are stark. A Christian school, a female shooter, the time of day. The Tennessee legislature responded with money for school resource officers in every school in the state and new laws on locking school doors. But Patrick Bassnett with the Professional Educators of Tennessee wants even more safety measures.
There's new technology coming out that allows, it's kind of a card or a unit with a button on it that if an emergency is happening, hit that button and get response from local police.
The legislature would have to allocate more money to deploy that type of system. 2 men have been arrested for exporting sensitive technology to Iran, and it was used in a deadly drone attack on U.S. soldiers. 3 American troops died at the end of last January, and 47 others were injured when drones exploded on a U.S. base called Tower 22 in northeastern Jordan near the Syrian border. Mahdi Sadeghi, arrested in Massachusetts, and Mohammed Abedini, taken into custody in Italy. They are charged with conspiring to hand U.S. drone technology over to Iran, which then used the industrial information to manufacture drones that attack that U.S. base. This is the U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Joshua Levy.
The FBI's Terrorist Explosive Device Analytical Center was able to recover the drone that was used in that attack, and through their forensic work, they were able to trace the sophisticated navigation equipment in that drone used in the attack to Mr. Abedini's company located in Iran.
Both men have been charged with conspiring to violate the U.S. export laws designed to protect sensitive technologies. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, things are looking pretty good this morning. Traveling in, some delays on 65 just after Goodlettsville. However, you may be touching the brakes there. And then 24 leading up to the Antioch area, also slowing down just a bit now. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. How are you? By the way, I was talking in the previous segment about this weird, bizarre rumor that is going on where Donald Trump is going to, of course, close the border. But the rumor is that Joe Biden is going to open up the floodgates tomorrow, December 18th. You know why? Because tomorrow, December 18th, is International Migrants Day, declared by the United Nations in the year 2000 as a time to recognize the plight of migrants worldwide. I'm thinking that if Joe Biden is going to celebrate December 18th, which is, again, is International Migrants Day, then probably what he's going to do is he's not going to sell the remnants of Donald Trump's wall, but he's just going to give it all away. That's probably what he'll do. So now you've got all of these illegal aliens that are coming to America because there's this vast rumor out there that Biden is going to open the wall. He's just going to open up the floodgates and let everybody in because tomorrow is International Migrants Day. Lord help us. You know what the thing is? I wouldn't put it past him. I would not put it past him. So the more that we talk about illegal immigration, the more we talk about all of the things that we talk about every single day here on WTN, it'll be interesting to see if how people celebrate International Migrants Day here in America, because, you know, to me, it feels like every day is Migrant Day here in America for the last 4 years. 6:08 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, during the big press conference last night yesterday that Donald Trump had, he was asked about the drones.
Our president knows. And for some reason, they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because if it was the enemy, they'd blast it out. Even if they were late, they'd blast it. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should.
Yeah, I mean, that's Trump. And he says, and he also has said on whatever social media it was, Truth Social or whatever, that here's the deal. The Biden administration should tell the people what's going on, and he should shoot them down. Now, the whole shoot them down part, that is obviously a big question, because you never know if these things are loaded with explosives or what have you. But, I mean, listen, Trump does have a point. John Kirby, by the way, would beg to differ from Donald Trump. The White House National Security Communications Advisor had this to say last night to Brett Baer.
As we look at the information we've got, and we've now examined some 5,000 different sightings, we've added detection capabilities, additional observers. As you and I stand here today, to date, our assessment is that this is lawful, legal, commercial, hobbyist, and even law enforcement aircraft activity. So,
does that make any sense to any of you? Knowing what we know about these drones and what they've done.
Some of it's manned, some of it's unmanned. We absolutely acknowledge that a lot of these are probably drones, but they're flying legally. And it is legal to fly drones in non-restricted airspace as long as you're registered with the FAA. And there's thousands and thousands of of these kinds of flights every single day. I think there's more than 1 million drones that are registered with the FAA just in the United States alone.
So just a couple of obvious points. These drones have been flying over our military installations. They've shut down airports. They've shut down military bases. They had the Coast Guard report dozens of these drones were harassing them out at sea. I mean, we had that story that we reported yesterday from the Wall Street Journal, where a fleet of drones or unidentified aircraft shut down Langley Air Force Base in Virginia, 17 days. Our Raptors were grounded because we had the entire Air Force Base and the airspace was infiltrated by drones. And so you've got the reality that we all know, and then you've got like John Kirby saying, oh, there's nothing to see here. I mean, none of this makes sense based on the stories that we're seeing for Kirby to say, oh, yeah, we've had thousands reported, but none of them are out to cause Americans any harm. None of them are based out of Iran. There's no enemy infiltration with these drones. Nothing. And by the way, they very quickly figured that out, didn't they? Like, isn't that a little too suspicious? The government, our government, is not efficient on anything. Yet suddenly they were able to go out and interview thousands of drone users, track them down and interview all of them to make sure that they were legit. Amazing. They were actually efficient for once. I don't believe my BS meter is going off. And do you know what the thing is? I'm having the same feeling, and maybe you're feeling like this too. I'm having the same feeling like I did when you would hear Mayorkas and all these other people of the Biden administration tell us that the border was closed when it clearly wasn't. I've got that same feeling now. And the stakes are really high. So the Biden administration comes out and says, no, these are not a national security threat. They're not coming from foreign countries, and they're not dangerous. Okay? It's like something just isn't right. Then why are these drones closing airports, airspace above our military bases, and stalking Coast Guard boats? I mean, they still say that these things are happening. And it's like, nothing to see here. Nope.
Because we've done the analysis. We've done the detection and the analysis. We've corroborated the sightings. And in every case that we have examined to date, we have seen nothing that indicates a public safety risk. There are drones flying over the skies of the United States every single night, every single day. And we've seen nothing in and around New Jersey that should give the people on the ground there concerns for their safety for this activity. And we've seen nothing, working with the Department of Defense as well, that indicates a foreign adversary actor involved or any kind of pernicious national security threat. Now, there have been some drone sightings, I think, as you know, over some military bases. We're obviously looking at that. That is a different category, and DOD has different authorities to deal with that. But again, we've also seen no disruption of operations at our bases in New Jersey either from any of this.
In New Jersey, but you had the base that was shut down in Ohio over the weekend. So it's just there's this disconnect. And as usual with the Biden administration, it's the disconnect between reality that we all see and what they're trying to peddle to the American people. And he, by the way, also maintains that Congress needs to give the federal government and the agencies therein more power to deal with these drones. And also the gaps between state and local authorities. So again, I will say the same thing I said yesterday, which is, are we really? Drones have been around a long time, and we still have these gaps as far as who can do what. Oh, and there's a big question. Big question that I would ask about all of this additional power that the federal government is demanding from Congress to deal with these drones. Details coming up. It is 6:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads on WTN. Cloudy today, a slight chance of rain, a high of 58. And appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7 WTN, 52 degrees. Now, the big question that I would have, as John Kirby is demanding more power for the godforsaken agencies and the federal government, my question, of course, and your question as well, is what are they going to do with all of that power? They're going to shoot down drones, or are they going to start invading our privacy even more? That'd be a big question that I would have. I wouldn't even put it past the government that these are their drones and they're trying to freak out the American people so that they can get that additional power. I know I'm like a conspiracy theorist, but I don't care because that makes sense to me based on what I know about the government. Oh, and John Kirby, he just yesterday on Fox News, he continued to talk about how, well, these drones are nothing. He continued to say that.
This is a collection of law enforcement, hobbyists, commercial drones, and of course civil aviation aircraft that have caused all these sightings. And it's not attributable to an actor for a purpose. We don't see anything that indicates a national security or a public safety threat.
Right. So you still have lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, President-elect Donald Trump and many others, who just don't believe the government. And let's all be honest, right? The government has done nothing to earn our trust or our confidence. I love this audio from Michael Schellenberger. Now, he was on Fox News, and he was talking about how the Biden administration, he's not buying, he's like me, right? He doesn't buy what the administration is trying to sell at all.
You have the president-elect and military base commanders all saying that the Biden administration is not telling the truth. In fact, we had Mayorkas and Kirby on Thursday and Friday both claim that there was no reported or confirmed drone sightings over military bases. It's been widely reported. There was a major investigation in the Wall Street Journal for many months, actually for many years, of drones being over military bases. They then said today, Kirby in that same comment, he said that they evaluated 5,000 cases over the last few days. It's inconceivable to me that they interviewed 5,000 people to figure out where they were standing, what time of day, where they were looking to be able to dismiss all of these cases. You know, look, people do make mistakes. I think there's been a lot of mistaken sightings, without question, maybe a vast majority of them. But I mean, we obtained the conference call between the White House and New Jersey mayors today. The mayors are livid. Yep. One of them got up there and said, I had 2 automobile-sized drones hovering over my house, and they're making a lot of noises as opposed to a jet plane a very long distance away. So, you know, I think it's a remarkable situation to have Trump demanding this. I think we can count on some transparency now.
Well, yeah, and we'll have to see about that transparency. Maybe that transparency will happen after January 20th. And the big question remains, friends, what are they trying to hide? What are they trying to hide? 8969, whatever happened to the Iranian mothership with 3 LOL emojis? I don't know. Whatever happened to the Iranian mothership could have been. That guy is still that New Jersey lawmaker. He still stands by that Iranian mothership story. But we know that all of these things have been going on. And here's the deal. When you perpetually lose, when you perpetually lie to the American people about like literally everything, well, then don't expect the American people to believe when you talk about stuff like this. When once again, basically what you're saying is that the American people, they should not believe their own eyes. Now, obviously there are drones. They're really big. And when they say, when you heard Kirby, you heard Mayorkas, and they both said, well, they're not interfering with, our military bases. Like heck, they're not. And so you've got Chuck Schumer and others, and they're saying they need to figure this out. Democrats and Republicans. Now, yesterday, and I thought this was interesting. Do I have time to do this? All right, coming up next, a really interesting conspiracy theory that is out there. And this is not the one where we're looking for a missing nuclear warhead. That, by the way, has been called a conspiracy theory. I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory or if it's just a theory, but that story is still in the news. But there's another one. There's another theory that is out there. And I'm going to tell you about that right before the news with Joan Jones coming up at about 6:26 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for the Glock store and their Shoot 270 indoor ranges. And these are rooms, big old rooms, and not lanes. Now, a lot of us have shot in the lanes, and they're the same everywhere you go. I've been shooting in the Shoot 270 indoor ranges for a couple of years now, and yes, they are amazing. And the trainers at the Glock store, they're incredible. They'll show you why the Glock is the most popular handgun in America, and they're going to teach you how to use it. Now, you can also tour their Shoot 270 indoor ranges. It is the only one in the country where you can get private shooting rooms that offer one-on-one personal instruction. You'll actually shoot less and learn more. Now, every time I shoot at the Glock store, I do leave a better and more confident shooter. Every single time, guaranteed. The Glock store, find them online, shoot270.com. That is shoot270.com. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. 622 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan Jones, what's coming up in the news at 6:30?
Well, the Madison, Wisconsin school shooter identified. We've got more on her. Also, the New Jersey governor's take on President Trump's assessment of drones over his state. Those stories coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lock boxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
626, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Dan Mandis here along with Joan Jones, Johnny B as well. Talking drones, because that's all anybody wants to talk about these days. But here's the thing. This guy, Michael Schellenberger, I played his audio right before the traffic break. You got people out there, and he is saying, I've got audio. And he says, I know all about the conversations that are going on behind the scenes. And everybody knows that the Trump administration knows what's going on, and the Biden administration is lying to the American people. Trump said yesterday, show us what you got. And then you've got the Biden administration coming out, and they're like, yeah, no. Yesterday, we spoke about the theory that these are our drones looking for missing nuclear warhead, right? There's another theory, and that is this. Have you heard about this? Project Bluebeam, a theory that the government is trying to get us to a police state using a fake alien invasion.
Ooh.
There's this guy, Dr. Stephen Greer, says that this has been a process that the world elites, George Soros, right, have rolled out. Had the Cold War, global terrorism, global financial chaos. You could throw in COVID, obviously. And now they're talking, because there's drones happening all across America and the world as well. And so basically now they're talking about this Project Bluebeam. Alex Jones is all over it, where they achieve a fearful America and a police state because of a made-up alien invasion. This guy was on Alex Jones.
And then the big one, which is the one that they're working on most, that's been very covert in these unacknowledged special access projects, is this hoaxed alien threat. All of this is basically a dress rehearsal for what's coming. And people need to wake up.
You know, whenever the final words are people need to wake up, I take it really seriously.
I do as well.
You guys?
You know what?
When somebody
Alex
says
Jones,
wake up?
He always ends up being like, it sounds crazy in the beginning. And then at some point you go, well, he was right.
He always ends up being right.
Yeah, he does.
Well, not always. There was that one time.
Yeah.
Which cost him billions of dollars, but
Yeah, but I'm not an Alex Jones defender, but he didn't say it. He was reporting what other people were saying.
yeah. But by the way, did you see the judge in his case? The judge, I guess Alex Jones still has the studio and all
He
that.
does,
Like,
yeah.
so I guess the judge kind of just,
Well,
upon further review.
They said that the process by which his bankruptcy was being handled wasn't cool.
All right, so what do you think of Project Bluebeam? I want to know from the Supertext listeners, from the Supertexters. Project Bluebeam, is this the global elites and the New World Order preparing us, getting us conditioned for a fake alien invasion so they can bring up a police state so that we can all be in a consistent, police state all across the world and the elites have all the power? Could this be that, Project Bluebeam? Sounds like a really good TV show to me. Got to go, 6:31 on WTN.
Good morning. It is 6:30. I'm Joan Jones with the latest news, and we're at 53 degrees, overcast skies now. Could be some strong storms that move through tonight. Stick around for the forecast. Police in Wisconsin identifying the shooter who opened fire inside a private Christian school as 15-year-old Natalie Rupnow, who goes by the name of Samantha. A teacher and a teen student were killed, 6 others injured. The shooter likely killed herself. Well, now comes the work of searching her social media post, her home, questioning her family, all of that to find the motive behind the shooting. Here in Nashville, some parents telling Channel 4 it's hard to warn their kids about the dangers of such evil.
Preach to the kids to be scared about going to school because I don't want them to live with that
constant state of fear. That's something that us parents should kind of shoulder for them and help them feel safe.
In the days after the Covenant school shooting, lawmakers set enough money aside for every school in the state to hire school resource officers. One Tennessee lawmaker has introduced a bill to require law enforcement officers send illegal migrants accused of minor crimes to sanctuary cities rather than deporting them to another country. State Representative Todd Warner is a Republican. He says sending migrants to a sanctuary city could cost the state less than deporting them to their home countries, even if the federal government steps in. Your government knows. That's what President Trump had to say about the drones that have been hovering over New Jersey and other states.
The president-elect said he believes the government knows more than it's saying about drones.
Our military knows and our president knows.
Trump alleged they want to, quote, keep people in suspense.
But New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy does not agree.
There is zero evidence, with all due respect, that somebody's hiding the pee here, that the federal government or our military or somebody knows what's going on here and they're not admitting to it.
And he says new reports will continue to be investigated. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here, and I've been a Beehive member for years, so I can tell you from personal experience that this is the best HVAC company out there. How good is Busy Bee HVAC? Every month, they have new ways to save you money. Now, they've decided to extend that massive special they've got going. Limited number of 14 SEER 1 and 1.5 to 3 ton split heat pumps for only $6,995. Again, so many ways to save you money. They're also offering a $69 mainline camera inspection to make sure that your drain pipes are cleaned out and in good condition. So many ways to save with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They are your Rude Pro partner. You can always find them online, busybeehvac.com, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Looks like there is an accident this morning in Clarksville. It's on 24 in the eastbound lanes at Rossview Road. That's exit 8. The left and right shoulders are both blocked off by that accident. Also in Brentwood, 65 southbound lanes after Old Hickory Boulevard South, exit 74. That accident blocks off the shoulder, the right shoulder as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. It is Tuesday, December 17th, along with Johnny B, Joan Jones. I'm Dan Mandis. Jonathan Fahey is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Jonathan, always great to have you on the program. So, number one, let me just ask you, by the way, our Jonathan, of course, our legal analyst, and also we talk politics. And so, Jonathan, let me ask you, where are you at on the drones this morning? Kirby. John Kirby was out there saying, oh, there's nothing to see here. What do you think?
Yeah, the most concerning thing to me about this is our government just seems so inept with it. You know, it would be better if you got the impression they're saying nothing to worry about and you felt like there really wasn't anything to worry about or they had it under control. But it doesn't even seem like our government is talking to each other sort of, and reminiscence of sort of the pre-9/11 age, because we have the state officials that are concerned. The federal officials act like there's no big deal. So I'm hopeful there's no big deal, but I don't have a high degree of confidence. And, it's really surprising to me that the administration would put Secretary Mayorkas out on these TV shows as sort of a way to reassure people when, his reign at DHS has been a disaster from the border to Secret Service to FEMA. He's hardly somebody that would reassure anyone. This is a guy that told us for years that the border was secure. So I have no idea really what to think. I think at the end of it, it probably isn't going to be anything that bad, but, it just shows government, mainly federal government, Biden administration, total ineptitude in every respect in the way they're handling it.
I think one of the things that I said, Jonathan, in the previous hour was that they have not given us any reason whatsoever to trust them with the truth or their competency. So I tend to go literally in the opposite direction, because like with the Biden administration, it's like they're always the opposite of the truth, right? So, I mean, if they say there's nothing to see here, I'm really worried. Now, I don't know what's going on with this. We were going in the previous segment, we were talking about some of the various theories, conspiracy and otherwise. But I just find it hard to believe, when John Kirby and Mayorkas both say that they're not interfering with our airspace, when the Wall Street Journal and other media outlets and Democrats have all reported that they have interfered with our airspace. Now, it doesn't mean that we're being attacked by Iran, but it certainly makes sense, as I've been saying, that our enemies are paying very close attention to how we respond to this.
I think that is almost the most important point that you just made is who, like, at the end of this, like, even if it's nothing, it still, shows how inept our government is and how our national security, our national defenses don't seem to be up to snuff in any respect. So I think at the end of this, the worst thing about this is our enemies see this, see our government, see us flailing around. And you're right, when they don't seem to get anything right, and it's sort of sad when you just hope it's, a combination of luck and incompetence that there's nothing going on, because that's all we have to hope for. But yeah, you look at Afghanistan, you look at the border, you look at Ukraine, and everything, we just exemplify weakness, ineptitude. Our government seems to always be focused on things that don't matter. So yeah, I think at the end of this, it's still a bad thing, because our enemies see like, wow, if it is just random people flying drones, it's like, wow, what if a sophisticated enemy decided to do this and do something with these drones that's nefarious? We can imagine many, many things. So it is, overall, this is a bad day for our government, whatever the ultimate answer is for this thing.
Jonathan Fahey joining us here. Jonathan, speaking of our enemies, Donald Trump did a press conference yesterday, and I have no doubt that you saw it. And one of the questions, before I ask you, generally speaking, what you thought of the press conference, one of the questions that was asked, the president-elect was asked about whether or not he would be preemptively striking Iran so that they wouldn't have nuclear capabilities.
Are you entertaining the idea of preemptive strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities?
Against who?
Against Iran's nuclear
Well, I can't
facilities?
tell you that.
Would you?
I mean, it's a wonderful question, but how can am I going to do preemptive strikes? Why would I say that? Can you imagine if I said yes or no? You'd say, that was strange that he answered that way. Am I going to do preemptive strikes on Iran? Is that a serious question? How could I answer a question like that?
I love how he is just befuddled and confused and totally calling this reporter out for asking this question.
Say it.
Would you be in support of Israeli strikes on Iran's?
How could I tell you a thing like that now? It's just so you don't talk about that before something may or may not happen. You know, just I don't want to insult you. I just think it's just not something that I would ever answer having to do with there or any other place in the world.
So there you go, Donald Trump calling out a reporter, and it did seem like a silly question to ask. Are you considering why would he answer that? I mean, Trump. I mean, his answer was spot on.
Yeah, he was great, and it really just showed the difference between him and the Biden administration, both Biden and Harris, that he could stand in front of hostile reporters. You know, remember, Biden never faced a hostile press, and he could answer. He could go toe-to-toe with them, answer questions. He doesn't have to stare at prepared remarks or stare at a script or only call on the people his people told him to call on. It's really impressive, and just the authenticity of it is also great. That, you know, and the press used to always, pre-Donald Trump, want the politician that would give authentic answers rather than just somebody that, if I ask you about Iran, I'll give you these 3 talking points. If I ask about this, you get these 3. And it's like, it's so great that he does this. He seems totally in control. And it also seems like he's at another level in terms of even compared to anywhere he's been in the past, meaning he seems to be on his game at just such a high level right now. Everything seems to be clicking with, you know, putting together the administration. You know, he's already the president right now, you know, but Joe Biden, you know, it seems like he left the office, but it really is Donald Trump's in charge. Nobody cares what Biden says. And it does seem like there is a very positive vibe coming out of Donald Trump, his campaign, his transition, that, you know, I think, you know, things are going to get off to a great start and a fast start in January. And it is great to see. It's like, hey, we have a president again after who knows what we've had for the last, you know, 3.5, almost 4 years.
Well, it does feel like with the press conference yesterday, he just seems more presidential. Am I wrong on that? Like, he's got, and I think I know what it is. He's got the wind in his sails. He obviously won the election. He won the Electoral College, and he won the popular vote. And he's coming off of a presidency where Biden just, let's be honest, he plain sucked. So everybody realizes now that Trump was right. Look at everything that's going to happen. When Trump said that when he was running against Biden, you know, back in 2020, and Biden did everything that Trump said he would do, and he shanked the country. And so now Trump has the ability to basically say, I told you so, and he has been. And so I think that's part of this exuding confidence that he has. I've got a couple more questions for Jonathan Fahey coming up. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. .645 on Super Talk 99.7. Cloudy, slight chance of rain today and a high of 58 degrees. Right now, 52 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Do you feel like, Jonathan Fahey, do you feel like Trump's trying to be more presidential? Is he trying to be more presidential, or he's been there, he's done that? We've seen the bumbling idiot over the last 4 years. Now, by comparison, Trump just looks more presidential.
I think that's the part. I think he just looks more presidential. I do think, I'm not sure like he's consciously trying, but I do think it's a level of like, hey, I've done this before. I was clearly better than the guy in office. So there's just a sense of confidence, even for a guy that's extremely confident, is even more confident. And there's just sort of almost a relaxedness about him. It's hard to say relaxed with Donald Trump because he goes, 24/7, but there's just sort of this vibe that is coming out that is quite good, quite positive. And I'm really glad you made that point right before the break about, the number of things Donald Trump has said over the years that sometimes people have said have been crazy, and then a few years later they end up being spot on true. And I think that's exactly right for the Biden administration. Yeah, you get the I told you so satisfaction, and seeing, Biden's, whatever you call his presidency, it was just a bumbling mess on a daily basis. So on one hand, in fairness to Trump, it's like it's kind of easy to look good next to that.
Yes,
because
you're
nobody
right.
looked like.
I've actually said that before, where it's like it's not like you're coming off of a brilliant presidency. So there's a lot that he's got to clean up, though, and he's going to do that start that on day one. Speaking of which, illegal immigration. I want to play something for you real quick. He was asked about Tren de Aragua and sending the gangbangers back to Venezuela, and this is what happened.
With in terms of your mass deportation plans, have you had any preliminary discussions with countries like Venezuela, from where the Tren de Aragua gang is now popping up?
They'll take them back.
They're going to take them back.
They're all taking them back. Yep. And if they don't, they'll be met very harshly economically. Okay, they'll all take them back. You know, Venezuela and other countries were not behaving very well with us during my administration, and within 24 hours they were behaving very well. They'll all take them back.
And separately, can I ask follow-up?
So that is Donald Trump. Now, you were part of the Trump administration when he was talking about crap hole nations like Venezuela and how we need to send these bad guys back. So, number one, were you surprised that the president-elect said that they will absolutely take them back?
No, I think they absolutely will, and I think he's spot on. And I think this time he has more wind in his sails. He's not fighting against the Mueller report and all these I think it's going to be he's got the Congress behind him. He's got the American people behind him because they've seen 4 years of open borders, and it's been a travesty to say the least. But yeah, you can impose sanctions on Venezuela, tariffs. You could do things like tax or freeze remittance, which are Venezuelans here sending money back. They're going to take them back. And, you know, the Biden administration, again, it's all weakness. They let all these people in, and then it's like, well, we can't send them back. So then the next option, according to them, would be let's just make everyone a citizen. You know, it's such a joke what's going on now. So, I think he's absolutely right.
It's interesting because, and I did some very quick Googling on this morning. We give Venezuela at least $171 million in foreign aid. We import $504 million worth of goods into America. We export $3.8 billion. There's some people that have said that one of the ways that we can build the wall, of course, and afford the wall, is to start taxing remittances and using that money to build the wall. Now, I don't know why we wouldn't do that, especially now that Biden is selling the materials left over from Trump's first wall, and he's selling them for pennies on the dollar. We talked about that earlier on the program. So, number one, and I've got about a minute left, should we begin taxing those remittances? That's number one. And number two is, what do you think about Biden? It feels like he's trying to sabotage the incoming administration because he is selling all of those, the wall material that Donald Trump really could use for pennies on the dollar. It feels like sabotage.
Yeah, I think, number one, we can. And if you think about the amount of money on remittances, just to Mexico alone, I think the number is about $60 billion a year. So say if you did a 25% tax, assuming the number stays relatively consistent, that's, you know, $15 billion a year that you could be putting towards the wall. And the estimates I've seen for the wall are anywhere between $12 billion and higher. My guess it would be higher. But hey, you do that for 4 years, you put, you know, $50-60 billion into the wall, and that would also incentivize Mexico to cooperate because they wouldn't want to do it. Number two, I think Biden certainly wants to sabotage this, and it's also everything Biden does is always so ham-handed and obvious that it's almost pathetic. Like, why would you do that? Because it's just like it doesn't really serve much of an interest, because surely they could replace these materials. It'll just cost the taxpayers money. So he's just going to punish the taxpayers, look petty and just weak again by just trying to sabotage them. But that's exactly what he's doing, and that's what they've done the whole time. I mean, they've undermined the rule of law at DHS for 4 years. You know, they do everything they can to undermine their own agents, undermine states that are trying to deal with the problems, putting criminals back out on the streets. But it's just kind of pathetic. Like, why not? I really cannot understand why Biden will not just take the high road for the last 3 months and go out as somebody that looks somewhat, statesman-like and things like that, because he's already a disastrous president. Why not try to reclaim a little, at least personal, goodwill on the way out?
Well, and here's the deal. The more that he does that, the more people will remember that Joe Biden and the Democrats did this on the way out the door, and that will impact them in 4 years. Jonathan Fahey, always great to have you on. 6:51, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN, Dan Mandis here, and I want to tell you about a Nashville institution. Nashville Tent and Awning, a trusted name here in Middle Tennessee since 1884. That's right, 1884. They have worked with the top companies in Nashville, but they do so much more than just tent and awnings. How about a permanent or rental enclosure for your patio? With the winter months already here, an enclosure is the perfect way to extend your outdoor living space and keep cozy while enjoying your backyard. If you have a private event coming up, maybe a wedding, birthday, whatever, and you need a fancy tent of any size, they can make it look spectacular. They can also do industrial events and have worked with the Titans, Vanderbilt, and the Grand Ole Opry, to name just a few. What can they help you with, whether it is a tent or enclosure for an on-site event or your backyard? Amazing awnings for anywhere and anything. Check out Nashville Tent and Awning, NTACO.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. They can help you with any event. 615-329-3701. 615-329-3701. Solid craftsmanship built to last since 1884. Nashville Tent and Awning. It is 6:53 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. WTN, Joan Jones has the news coming up. Joan, what's up?
Well, a former investigator says that the killer timed the Wisconsin school shooting for this particular week. We'll explain. Also, it turns out that CNN's Clarissa Ward didn't get it right when she filmed that prisoner being released from an abandoned Syrian prison. Yeah, we've got those stories coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I know. We keep talking about Donald Trump and his press conference yesterday. But let me tell you something. It was really impressive. By the way, we have a birthday. 0586. Happy birthday. He asked, or she asked if they could have a shout out.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not used to shouting out texted numbers. I asked for said person's name, but they didn't get back to me in time.
It's Jesse.
Oh,
is it Jesse?
Yeah.
All right. Is Jesse a man or a woman?
It's spelled Jesse. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's a guy.
Yeah, probably a guy.
All right. Very good. Well, happy birthday, Jesse, who's a guy. Lauren Trump. What'd you say, Johnny?
Maybe.
Who knows? These days, you just never know.
No, you
It
never
is
know.
2024.
Yes,
Did you hear? Oh, I shouldn't do this now. I don't have time to do this now.
Oh, come on, get into it. Don't leave us hanging.
No.
You know what? In the
Just
7,
a little bit.
Right, no. After the news at 7.
You're such a tease.
I know. After the news at 7, we're going to talk about the crazy dumb A thing that the liberals are doing now, because it is very funny, actually. Because at this point, it's funny because it's so stupid. And so there used to be a time when we'd get mad at this stuff. Now we just sort of laugh at them. We pity the fools is what we say about them.
We pity the fool.
Laura Trump. Donald Trump has asked about Laura Trump, and is he pressuring Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to put her into the Senate to replace Marco Rubio, to be, as Rubio is going to be his Secretary of State. So DeSantis, is he going to put Laura Trump there? And is the president-elect pressuring Governor Ron?
I probably don't, but I don't know. Ron's doing a good job. It's his choice, nothing to do with me. Laura's unbelievable. I mean, she was incredible. The job she did at the RNC as chairman, along with Michael Watley, the combination. But I can just speak for Laura. She is so highly respected by women. I mean, even her workout routines are through the roof. She lifts 150 pounds. I don't know how the hell she does it. She's a bad example for men and women sports, because I wouldn't be able to beat her, I don't believe. I'd try like hell.
There you go, Donald Trump.
She does have some amazing arms.
Yes, she does.
She got some abs going, does she, Laura Trump?
Abs? Perhaps.
Abs.
Her arms.
We said arms. Abs are arms, right? Isn't that?
Oh, my goodness. You have so much to learn.
Whatever.
Whoa.
Abs. Abs is your arms, are they not?
Yes,
arms are your stomach.
Yeah.
Abs are your stomach. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
That's all right.
Dan
Do
Mandis
you people hear what I have to deal with every day?
has
Do you?
not seen a gym in many years, clearly.
Phew.
Moving right along. It's 7 o'clock on WTN.
Seven o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. It's 52. It's overcast, and we are expecting strong storms tonight into tomorrow morning. Check out that full forecast just about 5 minutes away here. A teacher and a student were killed yesterday when a student at a Christian school in Wisconsin opened fire inside that school. And now comes the work of trying to find out why that 15-year-old female went on a rampage. Former FBI agent Nicole Parker is speaking to Fox News.
What was the precipitating stressor where they said, today is the day I am going to do this? And that's so important to look at. You know, it was right before the holidays. The timing is not a coincidence. The timing is not a coincidence. They wanted this done before the Christmas break.
This was the last week of school before that Christmas break. They had a week of festivities to look forward to there, including a holiday concert and an ugly Christmas sweater day. The shooter opened fire in a study hall of students of mixed grades. Remember this moment on CNN?
The guard makes us turn the camera off while he shoots the lock off the cell door. We go in to get a closer look. It's still not clear if there is something under the blanket.
Yeah, that was that footage of reporter Clarissa Ward discovering a lone prisoner left behind in a Syrian prison. Well, it turns out the so-called prisoners staged the event and duped Clarissa Ward.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, huh?
Guy comes out with a fully pressed jacket.
Manicured
his hair
nails.
is combed. He's
Yeah.
manicured.
Yeah. There's a fact-checking group that has found that the man is actually a Syrian Air Force intelligence first lieutenant. The locals said that he worked at a checkpoint that was famous for abuses. CNN said in a statement yesterday that they are continuing to investigate, but they stopped short of saying that Ward and the others staged the event for the cameras. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. As the Federal Reserve begins its final meeting of the year today, some economists warn don't get too used to interest rate cuts. A reduction is expected today, but inflation is still above the Fed's target of 2%, and 2025 may bring fewer cuts. At 8 straight days, the Dow Jones is enduring its longest losing streak since 2018, giving up 110 points to close Monday at 43,717. The S&P gained 0.4%, the Nasdaq 1.25%.
And it looks like stocks will log some more losses today. We've got the Dow futures down 174, the Nasdaq futures falling 48, and the S&P futures are minus 20. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Well, let's see. An accident in Madison, Gallatin Pike South, just north of Due West Avenue. That accident involved some injuries there. This one in Laverne on 24, the westbound lanes at Old Hickory Boulevard, exit 62. That's been moved to the right shoulder. Right shoulder is blocked off now. And 24 eastbound lanes in Clarksville, just past Rossview Road. That accident has both the left and right shoulders blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk News.
7:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Tuesday, December 17th. Along with Joan Jones, Johnny B, I'm Dan Mandis. You know, Joan and Johnny, we provide a lot of things to the listeners of Middle Tennessee every single morning. And I'm very proud of that. You know, we offer news, weather, traffic, commentary, an update on the day's stories.
Comedy.
I feel a butt coming.
TB says, you know, Dan, thanks for making me feel just a little smarter and a little better about myself this morning. If you want to feel smarter and better about yourself because you never know what the host is actually going to say,
well, Dan,
then you just listen to this show. Because apparently I don't know my female body parts.
Well, Dan.
And that's not the first time that I've shanked female body parts,
can I
actually.
Just let you know that abs are in men too?
Yes. Well, that's not
I'm never
this
sure
man.
now what exactly you know.
So if you're just joining us.
Well, Dan.
Joan is talking about Laura Trump's abs. And I, of course, thought she was talking about arms. Because that's what I do.
Well, Dan.
4872 said abs as in abdomen, Dan.
I know. You know what? I'm getting it on my personal phone, too. It's like, the hell is wrong with you? I don't know what's wrong with me. But that's the thing. We can give you all of the service elements and keep you updated on the news. And every once in a while, you'll just feel better about yourself because you're not me.
Well, Dan.
That's all I'm saying. But at least, there you go.
2008 said, starting to think Dan has been blue beamed. What's blue beamed?
Oh, what we just
we talked about earlier, Joe.
That, okay. I'm sorry. I thought there was something that I was missing.
No, that's okay. No, that's my role on the show, Joan. People loved, by the way, when you said, you see people what I have to deal with every morning?
Yeah.
So there you go. But listen, at least I'm not a liberal. Did you hear what they're doing with the Scripps spelling bee people?
Oh,
Did you see what they're doing?
What are they doing?
So now, we all know the proper way to spell woman is WOMAN. They have now approved an alternate spelling for the name woman.
Oh, of course.
For the word
have.
woman. WOMYN.
What?
Now,
what's the purpose of this?
Because the feminazis out there, thank you, Rush Limbaugh, the feminazis out there didn't want the word woman to have the letters MAN in it. Man.
Well, that's a trigger.
That's a trigger.
Yikes.
So listen, I may confuse body parts on occasion, but at least I know
how to spell
at least
woman.
I know how to spell woman the right way, and I'm not triggered by, the word man inside the word woman. So at least I have that going for me.
Oh, and then the plural women has men in it. Even worse.
Oh yeah?
Because it's numeral men. I mean, it's there's
Oh,
a big
yeah.
number of men.
That could really do some trigger.
Oh my gosh.
You know what the thing is though? Like again, I don't get mad at this stuff anymore. It's just to me, this stuff is so away from where the vast majority of Americans are.
Well, it's the problem with liberalism right now. Liberalism has met reality, and they're not getting along.
That's also very true. By the way, Mario has a great line. An alternate spelling for Scripps, dumb.
Okay.
Oh, I thought that was funny.
That is good.
Well, hey, Mario, welcome to my world. Nobody laughs at your jokes
We
either.
were laughing.
You were chuckling, and it was silent.
What?
There is no silent chuckling in radio.
I heard you chuckle, Johnny.
My gosh, man. You're rough this morning.
Well, Dan.
Yeah.
You know what I think we need to do is we need to actually give that little soundbite to Joan because, like, she's been, well danning me for what has been now, Joan, a couple of months?
Yeah, a couple months.
So I think maybe you should be the facilitator of the well Dan so that when these incidents happen in real time, you can go ahead and play it, and then you can just well Dan me.
Sure, but then the listeners would get sick of it because I'd be using it all the time.
Yeah, you would be an abuser of the well, Dan, because we all know that.
Well, Dan.
I never abuse audio bites.
Never.
Never,
No.
never, never. Anyway, so there you go.
All right.
That's all. Anybody else got anything on that, or should I move on with the content?
Oh, that wasn't content?
Not really.
I kind of thought it was.
Let's be honest. That really wasn't content. Oh, we can make it content. What words would you misspell because they trigger you? Whatever.
What kind of woke word would you make?
Stupid.
It is stupid.
STOOPID.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Hey, stupid.
All right.
Yes, indeed. All right. It is 7:12 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. You know, there's absolutely no way to like segue out of that, so I'm just going to give an awkward time check and move on.
That's how you do it. That's how you professionals do it around here.
7:12. It's currently 52 degrees in the Music City.
Other news.
Joan, I'm not sure if you've been listening, but there's nothing professional going on in this side of the glass. All right. Moving right along. Donald Trump, very quickly. He was talking about foreign investments last night, and this is very important, by the way. The opening of the press conference, I don't know if you actually saw the press conference. The opening of the press conference was about this $100 billion investment that SoftBank in Japan is going to be making in America, thanks, of course, to the Trump victory.
Today, I'm thrilled to announce that SoftBank will be investing $100 billion in America, creating 100,000 American jobs at a minimum. And he's doing this because he feels very optimistic about our country since the election.
I'm very, very excited. I would really like to celebrate the great victory of President Trump. My confidence level to the economy of the United States has tremendously increased with his victory.
Yeah, I do believe it. We were talking about this with Jonathan Fahey. We've all been talking about this enthusiasm that the next 4 years is going to be a heck of a lot better than the last 4. Now, this is a Japanese technology company. They do have a keen interest in AI. Now, the president of this company, SoftBank in Japan, guy named Masa Son, who is described by the New York Times this way. Mr. Son, 67, started SoftBank in Tokyo in 1981 and has built it into one of the largest technology investors in the world. His firm has been known for its high-profile wins and losses, and Mr. Son, commonly known as Masa, has been known to grab headlines with eye-popping pronouncements, fundraising, and investments. But the whole point is this, is that Donald Trump, and he even said this, Donald Trump is all about low regulations, low taxes, inspiring and encouraging businesses to invest here like SoftBank. And so this is a huge deal. And I do believe that it is an indicator of things to come. Trump made a big announcement yesterday. I've got that for you straight ahead. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Cloudy today, a slight chance of rain, a high of 58, right now 51 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So big announcement yesterday, and this announcement was sort of buried with all of the stuff that Trump talked about yesterday in this rather epic press conference. But this $100 billion investment in America, courtesy of this SoftBank in Japan. And so that's 100,000 jobs. And that is really good, not only for the American people, but obviously for Donald Trump. But he's all about encouraging business. And so one of the things that he announced yesterday, I'm going to play a couple of sound bites here, because he wants foreign investment. You know, a lot of people are saying, oh, well, you know, he's starting these trade wars, these tariff wars, and it's going to be terrible for the economy. I don't know, because SoftBank, they brought $100 billion with them because they were excited. Now, remember all of the things that we've reported you in the past about what Donald Trump wants to do to encourage businesses to come here to the United States. He wants to grow businesses. He wants to continue to lower the business tax rate down to 15% for businesses, and this is important, for businesses that have their goods made in America. So if you're a foreign entity and you want to have your business make things here in America, or if you're an American business and you want to have your business make things here in America, manufacture goods here in America, you get a better tax rate.
The centerpiece of my plan is for a manufacturing renaissance, which will be a 15% made in America tax rate. We'll be among the lowest taxed states, and a lot of businesses are going to come in. Between that and our taxing and tariff policies, we're going to have business like nobody's ever seen in this country before.
Yeah, he also says that if you invest over $1 billion, you get to the front of the line for approvals on all things regulations. And let's face it, a lot of regulations in this country.
Any business that invests $1 billion or more in the United States will be eligible for fully expedited permits and approvals, including environmental approvals from the federal government.
Yeah, I mean, that process, let's just be honest, that process can be killer. So Donald Trump is pro-business because the more pro-business you are, the more jobs you create. That means people can spend more money because they're earning money. That means a larger tax base. That means more income for America while the economy churns. That's a good thing. Democrats just don't seem to understand that. The impact of low regulation and low taxes really builds an economy. And Democrats just refuse to believe that. And low government spending as well. The other day we told you about Jeff Zuckerberg coming to Mar-a-Lago. Remember that? Other tech executives as well. You have Jeff Bezos now coming soon, and Apple's Tim Cook also made that trek to Mar-a-Lago.
How was your meeting with Apple CEO Tim Cook?
I did have dinner with Tim Cook. I had dinner with sort of almost all of them, and the rest are coming. And this is one of the big differences, I think, we were talking about it before, one of the big differences between the first term. In the first term, everybody was fighting me. In this term, everybody wants to be my friend. I don't know. My personality changed or something.
No, Donald Trump, your personality. Doesn't it just sound charming? I mean, I run the risk of sounding like a fanboy, and I don't want to be that, because when Trump does something that I don't like, I can guarantee you that I'm going to be all over it. But the point is that, and I was talking to Jonathan Fahey about this, the point is that these folks, these reporters, they're screaming at the president-elect, but he's very calmly answering their questions, and I think it's great. And so I would say to Donald Trump, look, friend, it's not your personality that has changed. It's that we've been dealing with quite a different personality. Joe Biden's and Karine Jean-Pierre's and Alejandro Mayorkas and all of these, John Kirby, all of these just brain-dead dolts that have been trying to run this country into the ground. And also, by the way, just going back to the economy real quick with Donald Trump, is that people are seeing Trump in a different light because of what we've been dealing with. He also wants to continue with the Trump tax cuts. Remember, the Democrats and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, they wanted to eliminate the Donald Trump tax cuts. And I think that Trump is going to, obviously, he wants to extend them beyond next year, which, again, you make our economy stronger by allowing people to keep more of their own money. So I love what I heard yesterday with Donald Trump. He was asked a very interesting question, too. He was asked about, we talked about this the other day, should senators who are not sold and not going to vote to confirm his Senate picks, his cabinet picks, should they be primaried? His answer might surprise you, and it is coming up on Super Talk 99.7, 721. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, Dan, we'll tell you what investigators have to say after the Christian school shooting in Madison, Wisconsin, and also the federal government finally deploying technology to help ID those drones over the Northeast. We've got those stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 722. Friends, stop letting high-interest debt weigh you down. Pay all of it off in just days, thanks to Loan Pronto's new Rapid Equity Home Loan. Listen up, homeowners, this is for you. Imagine a completely hassle-free way to cash out your home's equity. No appraisals, no paperwork, and no waiting. Loan Pronto's all-new Rapid Equity Loan uses AI-driven technology to get you approved for cash out in as little as 1 day. Now, one client got $100,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their debt, launched a home improvement project, and is now saving over $1,000 a month. Instant approvals, low fixed rates, fast transfers, get cash to consolidate all your debt, and get a fresh start for the new year. Call Loan Pronto right now and see how much money you qualify for. Imagine this time next week, you could be credit card debt free. Don't wait. Get your cash fast and call these folks today. 615-499-5780. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-499-5780. Always online, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781 on approved credit at MLSconsumeraccess.org.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
727, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you listening. So, Donald Trump last night, during this press conference, he was asked if senators who voted against his cabinet picks should be primaried. Now, this has been a pretty big discussion and debate within the conservative movement because there's a list of like 6, and we'll go over that list coming up after the news with Joan. But this is what the president-elect had to say.
Senators who oppose your nominees, your cabinet nominees, should they be primaried?
If they are unreasonable, I'll give you a different answer, an answer that you'll be shocked to hear. If they're unreasonable, if they're opposing somebody for political reasons or stupid reasons, I would say has nothing to do with me. I would say they probably would be primaried. But if they're reasonable, fair, and really disagree with something or somebody, I could see that happening.
So basically what the president-elect is saying is, listen, if you're going to have somebody that is going to not confirm Pete Hegseth because of unsubstantiated anonymous accusations, which is what's happening, then it does. He's correct. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has to do with the fact that that senator, whether we're talking about Susan Collins or Joni Ernst, that senator probably will be primaried, not because of anything Donald Trump has said or done about whether or not they should be primaried, but because the people who voted him in are going to be really ticked off. So that's only part of what he had to say. Also, our own Senator Bill Hagerty was on Fox News yesterday, and he said something really important. I'm going to go over that as well. It is all straight ahead. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Got a lot more straight ahead.
Good morning. It's now 7:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We are going to be in a sort of a on pause today, weather-wise, but things are going to get busy around here later on tonight with more rain and the risk of severe thunderstorms right through tomorrow morning. So stick around after the news. We've got the forecast coming up and traffic as well. Investigators are still combing through evidence in yesterday's school shooting at a private Christian school in Madison, Wisconsin.
The deadly 112th school shooting this year in the United States at a Christian school called Abundant Life has the unusual distinction of having a female shooter who was only 15. Police say she opened fire in a classroom during study hall, killing a fellow student and a teacher and wounding 6 others before responders would find her with an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound.
That's ABC's Sonia Rincon. A hit-and-run crash has critically injured a pedestrian in East Nashville. This happened yesterday morning about 9:30. Police say home surveillance video shows a car being operated by 54-year-old Michael Williams accelerating to the point of losing control on Porter Avenue, causing his car to jump the sidewalk and strike a pedestrian. Williams then left the scene, but a witness followed him to a home on Riverside Drive, and that's where police arrested him. No word on the condition of the pedestrian. It has been weeks since the first report of drones along the northeast coast, and now the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security have deployed state-of-the-art drone detection technology and infrared cameras. ABC's Whit Johnson reports.
We went on patrol with Officer Francesca Escudero of the Clinton Township Police Department in New Jersey.
When the sun goes down, the drones come out.
And it didn't take long before we spotted those hovering lights over a reservoir. In the dark with cloudy skies, we couldn't positively identify exactly what the objects were, but their inconsistent movements did not resemble nearby planes.
The FBI saying it's processing nearly 5,000 tips on drone activity, but says fewer than 100 of those tips have generated credible leads. That's the latest news. We've got weather and traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:32 on Super Talk 99.7. Friends, if you have a piece of land that maybe you don't know what to do with, some of your property, it's missing something. Well, maybe it's missing a pole barn from my friends at Stoltzco. Now, Stoltzco, they are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. Now, you know, putting up a pole barn from Stoltzco could increase the value of your land big time. You can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building, or you could just live in it. We call those barn dominiums. But pole barns from Stoltzco, they are flexible, and yes, they're built really well. So this is a company, if you want a pole barn, call my friends at Stoltzco. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on their outstanding social media, Instagram and Facebook, and always at their website, Stoltzco. It is Stoltzco.com. That is Stoltzco.com.
We have an overturned vehicle. It's on the eastbound side of I-24 this morning in Cedar Hill at Maxey Road, and everything is shut down at that point. Looks like crews are working to clear that vehicle, clear that scene. Again, it's 24 eastbound lanes at Maxey Road in Cedar Hill. The roadway is shut down because of an overturned vehicle. Be advised of that. Also, Briley Parkway in Opryland, the northbound off-ramp to McGavick Pike, that's exit 12. There's a crash and the right shoulder off-ramp has been blocked off. Also, Gallatin Pike South, north of Due West Avenue, an injury involved accident there. 40 westbound at the South Loop at the exit for 210B, an accident reported as well. I-24 westbound after Old Hickory Boulevard, exit 62. Pretty slow now. A stalled out car moved to the right shoulder, and the right shoulder is blocked. And 24 westbound also at Haywood Lane, that's exit 57. Got an accident in that spot too, and the right shoulder is also blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.736, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Just joking off the air with the one and only Johnny B. I was saying, people are asking me to define what primaried means. So that's my own moment to feel superior.
Oh, boy.
And then, of course, I'm the guy that didn't know what the hell an ab was a while ago.
Yeah, but you know the important stuff, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I sure do. I actually don't feel superior to folks like clearly ever for good reason. But what is a primary? What does it mean to be primaried? That means if you're a Republican senator and it's time for your reelection, then someone is going to come along and primary you. A fellow Republican is going to primary you, run against you in a primary. And then if you lose that primary, then you go home and you've served your time in the Senate. And then the winner of the primary goes and runs against the Democrat. Now, in a lot of states, and this is one of them, basically the Republican primary is the election, because in this state, it's pretty hard to believe we would ever go back and and vote into office a senator that was a Democrat. So in a lot of places, whether it's a House or or Senate, oftentimes you do have these scenarios where clearly it's a Republican town or it's a Republican state. So the primary, in effect, serves as the actual election. But anyway, so that's what it is. So when I asked the question, and when Donald Trump was asked the question, if senators who vote against his cabinet picks should be primaried, in other words, should the Republican Party and should Republicans go after those and try and remove them from office if they don't approve Donald Trump's cabinet picks?
Senators who oppose your nominees, your cabinet nominees, should they be primaried?
If they are unreasonable, I'll give you a different answer, an answer that you'll be shocked to hear. If they're unreasonable, if they're opposing somebody for political reasons or stupid reasons, I would say has nothing to do with me. I would say they probably would be primaried. But if they're reasonable, fair, and really disagree with something or somebody, I could see that happening.
All right. So, I mean, this is the second time that Trump has come out as incredibly reasonable on this topic. He's not saying, heck, yes, they should be primaried. Get them out. Get the rhinos out. What he's saying is that if they're not voting for Pete Hegseth, as I said before, if they're not voting for Pete Hegseth because of, as you just heard, stupid reasons like anonymous accusations from many, many years ago, well, then that's a stupid reason not to support Pete Hegseth. But he says, has nothing to do with me. I think my supporters will be really angry. No yelling or shouting for the most part during this press conference. He came off as very reasonable. And I do believe that those who do not support Donald Trump, they should be primaried. I'm just saying. And you just heard him say, if there are senators who just decide to oppose his picks for no real good reason, then they probably would be primaried because they're leaving themselves vulnerable to another more Trump-aligned candidate. Because as Mitt Romney, we played that audio yesterday. Remember the audio we played yesterday of Mitt Romney where Jake Tapper asked a really bizarre question. Does the Republican Party have to change after this next this next term in office with Donald Trump? And Mitt Romney, to his credit, said no. The Republican Party has turned into the party of the working man right now and woman. Right now, it is led by Donald Trump, but in 4 years, it'll be led perhaps by J.D. Vance or whoever might come down the pike. Now, one guy, though, who knows about the importance of giving Trump who he wants to work with is our own Senator Bill Hagerty, who told Neil Cavuto yesterday he is all in. He just spoke to RFK Jr., and yes, he would vote for RFK Jr. for confirmation.
Yes, I certainly would. I've met with him a number of times. I've really found my engagements with him to be quite refreshing. Look, Neil, he's asking tough questions, questions that need to be asked. And if you think about what's happening here in America, chronic disease is on the rise. Yep. We need to be asking these tough questions. We need to give more transparency to people, and we need to make America healthy again.
Yeah, remember, and we're talking about this earlier today, too, where the media, they are gunning for RFK Jr., even though, yes, he's a Democrat, or I don't know what he calls himself these days. Maybe he's an independent, whatever. But they've been gunning for him because they are, and I'm going to air quote this, they're accusing him of being anti-polio vaccine. Now, the reason why you're seeing this in the headlines, even today, after he went into the Senate yesterday and immediately said, I'm all in on the polio vaccine, the media is still out there reporting this lie. Now, the truth behind the lie is that his lawyer or someone close to him at one point was against the polio vaccine. Okay. But right now, RFK and Donald Trump have both said now that they approve of and have no intention of banning the polio vaccine, but that doesn't stop the crying, screaming hyenas of the mainstream media. And so that's part of what's going on. Remember, we talked about this, where it turns out a lot of the support that Donald Trump got were from women, from moms, who liked the fact that he brought RFK Jr. under his tent because they have concerns about vaccines. They have concerns about chemicals in our foods. They have concerns about many things related to our kids' health. And yet somehow RFK Jr. is some sort of a nut job because he's actually worried about chemicals in our kids' food. And pesticides, that's the other one as well. So Trump said yesterday that he does not see RFK Jr. as a radical. I think a lot of people have been red-pilled on RFK Jr., to be honest with you, because the media did such a good job of branding him as a radical when the reality is that he wants healthy kids. Some of the things that he says may be considered radical, but for Donald Trump, he wants to listen. Donald Trump was asked specifically about banning the polio vaccine.
On vaccines, do you want RFK Jr. to revoke any vaccines?
No, I want him to come back with a report as to what he thinks. We're going to find out a lot. We're doing two things. We're going to have tremendous cost savings will come out of this. That's a minimum. So we're going to have reports. No, nothing's going to happen very quickly. I think you're going to find that Bobby he's a very rational guy. I found him to be very rational. No, nothing. You're not going to lose the polio vaccine. That's not going to happen.
So you just heard from Donald Trump himself. Media still reporting so this is what's going on today. Some media outlets are actually still reporting after Donald Trump said in that press conference he was not interested in banning the polio vaccine. And you have RFK Jr. that said yesterday, walking through the hallways of the Senate, no, I'm not going to ban or take away the polio vaccine. There's still media outlets that are reporting the lie that he is. Kennedy has said, and I played you this audio, Kennedy has said that he wants to make the pharmaceutical companies more accountable to information and studies as to how those vaccines may have long-term impacts on people. Same with chemicals in foods. That's what Donald Trump means by these kinds of things, by reports. Trump says, I'm looking for information, long-term impacts of various vaccines, long-term impacts on what's going on with these chemicals and sometimes pesticides in food, in our kids' food. And Senator Haggerty points out, and it's a great point, that these cabinet members are not actually the ones making the policy. That's Donald Trump.
At the end of the day, President Trump sets the policies for his administration, not the individual cabinet members. Their jobs are to advise him, certainly, and then to execute on those policies. So with President Trump's clear message there on the polio vaccine, I think any concern should be allayed, and obviously Bobby backed him up.
All right. So I know that Senator Marsha Blackburn, Senator Bill Haggerty have both said that here in the state of Tennessee, they support, I believe, it's every single cabinet pick that they've been asked about. My big two, I guess it's going to be a big three. Kash Patel, RFK Jr., and Pete Hegseth. It is 7:45, time to check the roads on WTN. .47, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Cloudy today, a slight chance of rain, and a high of 58. Johnny, I'm sorry, you said what is the temperature? You said
50.
50 on Super Talk, and 7 WTN. So this is from the Hill. Senate Republicans who could face a primary over Donald Trump's cabinet picks. And some of these folks are a little surprising. This is from the Hill. Taking out a sitting senator in a primary would be no easy task, but some in the right flank of the party have flirted with challenging incumbents who voted to convict President-elect Trump in his impeachment trial back in 2021 or have more recently expressed reservations about his cabinet picks. But you know what the thing, I don't even like the way that they framed this. From the, maybe it's fine, whatever, right flank of the party. I don't believe that wanting Donald Trump to have the cabinet picks that he deserves should be considered or described as the right flank of the party. Those are just Donald Trump supporters. The 5. You got Joni Ernst out of Iowa. She hasn't been on board with Pete Hegseth for Secretary of Defense. That has been abundantly clear. Steve Deese, I think, is a conservative media personality based, by the way, in Iowa. He says he would absolutely run against Joni Ernst in a heartbeat. You've got Tom Tillis out of North Carolina. He is one of those who was not all in when it came to Matt Gaetz. Trump's now withdrawn Attorney General pick. Pete Hegseth, his choice for defense. Tom Tillis also apparently not all in on Pete Hegseth. They say, although Tillis has said he's not worried about a primary challenge, if he votes down one or more of Donald Trump's top-level picks, he acknowledged there's a sort of pressure campaign over the nominees. Well, I think that always happens. A poll released this month, though, and this is important, found that North Carolinians, which is where Tom Tillis is, a senator for, would vote overwhelmingly for Laura Trump, the president-elect's daughter-in-law and a North Carolina native who just stepped down from her role as co-chair of the Republican National Committee. They say that the polling shows that she would likely absolutely crush Tom Tillis in a hypothetical GOP primary. A couple more real quick. Susan Collins out of Maine, not real surprise there. Bill Cassidy out of Louisiana. And John Cornyn out of the state of Texas. They say his biggest opponent right now in a primary would be Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, and I wholeheartedly agree. It is 7:50 at Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 at WTN. Coming up, Joan Jones and the news. Joan, what do we got coming up?
After a school shooting in Madison, Wisconsin, a local safety expert says Tennessee's schools need to adopt a new technology to keep kids safe here. And why a local DA has been indicted by a grand jury. Those stories coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:50 on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here for Brentwood Jewelry. Listen, Christmas. We're like almost a week away. I think, 8 days away, whatever it is?
It's next Wednesday.
Is it
Yeah.
next Wednesday?
Yeah.
Today's Tuesday, so that's 8 days, right?
Yep, sure. You got that right. You can math.
I can. Well, that is like kindergarten math, let's be honest. But here's the deal. How many shopping days are left? Because you can't go shopping on Christmas Day, right?
Good point.
If you are stuck, Brentwood Jewelry can help you, my friends. And right now, they've got some terrific deals going on right now. They do make Christmas shopping really easy. Think about your loved one opening an incredible gift like a watch, earrings, or a ring at a price you can actually afford. Brentwood Jewelry is here for you. You can also get a personalized piece of jewelry that is as unique as the person you're giving it to. If you have a priceless heirloom that you don't know what to do with, they can transform it into a special gift that you can actually wear every day. And ladies, if you're looking for that perfect gift for the man in your life, Brentwood Jewelry is the place for watches. They also have an incredible selection of pre-owned Rolexes available as well. Merry Christmas from our friends at Brentwood Jewelry. Shop in store or online. 7012 Church Street East in the heart of Brentwood. Online anytime. BrentwoodJewelry.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Matt Murphy in the middle of downtown Franklin, Tennessee. We've talked so much about Savory Spice. I thought, why not show you the place? So let's go on in and see what's popping at Savory Spice. As I've always said, you will smell the spices even before you walk in. I can smell them right here in the doorway. Come on in, and let's introduce you to the one and only Holly, who is the owner and proprietor of Savory Spice. Say hey, Holly.
Hello, everyone.
Now, enough about Holly. Let's talk about spicy and easy products like the incredible taco soup, which, as I said, you put this in a crock pot, you put all the ingredients that it tells you to buy right there, you put the spices in, and it's so easy. So if you don't know what you're doing around the kitchen, it's a perfect way to find your way around the kitchen, as is the Mediterranean dill risotto. Now, for the holidays, pumpkin pie spice. What doesn't it have, Holly?
Pumpkin.
Doesn't have any pumpkin in it. That's a fun fact for all of you kids out there. Now, if you stop by Savory Spice, either in the Franklin location or at L&L Market, you can get yourself a sample of the dill dip, which is my absolute favorite. Just tell them Matt Murphy sent you to Savory Spice with purchase now. So come by Franklin or L&L Market in Nashville and come see Holly and the entire crew at Savory Spice.
$7:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Donald Trump's attorneys are warning liberals. I love this story. Details straight ahead. Now, we're talking earlier about how Trump is going after this Ann Selzer, who published that bombshell survey in the Des Moines Register just days before the election, showing Donald Trump was trailing in Iowa, a state generally viewed as solidly in his column. And we talked about this way earlier in the program. And Trump thinks that what she was trying to do was influence the election. And so he is now going to sue Ann Selzer and the Des Moines Register.
The people in Iowa, their newspaper, which had a very, very good pollster who got me right all the time. And then just before the election, she said I was going to lose by 3 or 4 points. And it became the biggest story all over the world because I was going to win Iowa by 20 points. The farmers loved me and I loved the farmers. And it was interesting the way she did it. She brought it down 2 weeks before. She said I was going to only win by 4. That was a big story. But that was good because she brought it down from like 22 points to 4. And in my opinion, it was fraud and it was election interference.
So the question is, and he is suing her, and he's suing the Des Moines Register, is how do you prove damages? Because he won the case. I should say he won the election. He won the state and he won the election. So I don't know what damages he would have, but, I mean, you could theoretically make the case that this was election interference, because to me that's clearly what she was, in my opinion, trying to do. Because if she's such a good pollster, like everybody said that she was, well, then how was she so incredibly off? And so, I mean, the question is, did she actually do this on purpose? Because remember, at the time, yours truly and others said, what Ann Seltzer is trying to do is she's trying to give Kamala Harris some momentum. I think that's what she tried to do. And so Trump says he's also going to be going after 60 Minutes because remember back when they edited Kamala Harris's answers to make her sound better. Would that be considered election interference? It seems to me, at least, that it is. This is what he said.
The answer is yes. Media lawyers are worried about this. They're preparing for it.
This is Brian Stelter, by the way, talking on CNN about other media outlets and how worried are they that Trump is just going to start going after people?
The answer is yes. Media lawyers are worried about this. They're preparing for it. They are preparing their newsrooms for it with the expectation of more lawsuits, more leak investigations, more subpoenas in the months and years to come. There's a great AP story about this morning saying there's a balancing act right now for the press between being fearful and just being prepared. You're doing our jobs, but being aware of the climate. And maybe that's partly what ABC was doing here. ABC, as a source there, said to me, we needed this problem to go away.
Yeah.
They were trying to explain the payment that way. But now, as you said, $15 million for Trump's future museum. I imagine there will be an ABC News Hall of fake news. There will be some attempt to troll as a result of this.
I mean, what a great idea. Thank you, Brian Stelter. Alina Habba wants the media to stop treating the country like a soap opera as they cover liberal smears against MAGA allies. And that's what they're doing. She is now telling the Daily Mail, dailymail.com, the Democrats are working overtime to create public smear campaigns against some of his more controversial future nominations. Specifically, and we've been covering all of these, Kash Patel, Pete Hegseth, and Tulsi Gabbard. She says that, you know what, all of this badgering needs to stop now that Donald Trump has been elected and is finishing up putting together his team for a second term. She says, this is not something that's new to me, all of this insanity, the smear campaigns. This is not new to me. She says, frankly, doesn't faze her at all, and it doesn't faze any of these folks. But here's the thing, is that the media is doing this at their own peril. Whether we're talking about false allegations based on anonymous sources or whatever, the question is, will the Republicans become, and Donald Trump and his team, become far more aggressive when it comes to these kind of fake fake allegations and smear campaigns? It's 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
O'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is still an overturned vehicle blocking the left lane on 24 eastbound at Maxey Road, exit 19 in Cedar Hill this morning, and it's causing a lot of delays. Be careful heading through that area. The forecast and traffic coming up right after the news. Officials in Madison, Wisconsin are beginning to piece together the motive behind Monday's deadly shooting, and once again sparking a discussion on school safety in the United States.
This shooting once again bringing school safety into question, including whether metal detectors should be in all schools.
And believe me, they're going to figure out a way. If they're that determined like she apparently was today, they'll figure out a way to get a weapon into the school.
At least 323 shootings have been reported at K-12 schools in the U.S. this year, down from 349 last year.
That's ABC's Lionel Moisey. Now, the similarities to the Covenant School shooting are stark. It was a Christian school, a female shooter, and the time of day was similar. The Tennessee legislature responded with money for school resource officers in every school in the state and new laws on locking school doors. But Patrick Bassnett with the Professional Educators of Tennessee wants even more safety measures.
There's new technology coming out that allows, it's kind of a card or a unit with a button on it that if an emergency is happening, hit that button and get response from local police.
And teachers would wear that unit on a lanyard around their necks. The legislature would have to allocate more money to deploy that system. The drone mystery over the Northeast continues this morning as the FBI and Homeland Security tells Americans They're working to reassure everyone that the skies are safe.
Federal sources tell ABC News they're deploying infrared cameras and drone detection technology to ensure drones flying over New Jersey and New York aren't a threat. Local leaders briefed by the White House, including Mayor Mike Caselli of Montvale, New Jersey.
We still don't know who the actors are. We don't know what they're doing and who's operating them. That's the unsettling part.
The government is looking at social media, videos, and photos to determine what these sightings could be.
That's ABC's Whit Johnson reporting. A grand jury indicting Van Buren and Warren County District Attorney Chris Stanford on reckless endangerment charges. The TBI said that Stanford fired a gun several times while in pursuit of a wanted fugitive in Smithville in November. At least one bullet struck a home with a woman and her 3 children inside. Well, the indictment said there was no immediate threat to Stanford when he discharged his weapon. His first court appearance will be in January. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a big old mess on 24 this morning. It's in Cedar Hill, eastbound lanes at Maxey Road, exit 19. It's an overturned vehicle, and the left lane has been blocked off. Also, an accident on 40 westbound lanes at Old Hickory Boulevard, exit 221B. An accident that is in Hermitage. And an accident as well, the South Loop, it's I-40 westbound at the exit 210B. An accident reported. One more to tell you about. Nolensville Pike, south of Barnes Road, an accident right there in Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
I feel terrible.
Talk news.
I do. I feel terrible. Chris Hand is going to be incorrigible today. Remember what I told him a while back to, not light up the studio when he's on the air.
Oh,
Remember
yeah,
that?
yeah.
That whole
I do
thing
remember
about,
that, yeah.
you know.
Not light up the studio?
Yeah.
Well, you know.
The gas, the whole conversation about the.
Oh, that conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen to this headline. Daily Mail, doctor reveals terrifying reasons why you should never hold gas in. The toxins could end up in your mouth.
Gross.
Listen, I saw this and for
You
some
choose
reason
now while people
Yeah.
are having their breakfast.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Boy, that Pop-Tart's not going to taste as good.
Listen, I had my breakfast at 2 a.m., so they got to just deal with it.
There you go.
That's all I'm saying.
It's all about you, Dan.
It's revenge.
Well, you know. That's all
It
I got.
is? Okay,
Well,
sorry.
you know.
I'm like, I don't know. Is it really about me? It's clearly not to the company, but that's a whole different story. Moving right along. No, we probably shouldn't go down this road too much, but yeah. I can't.
So what kind of dangers? I mean, because you said it could be dangerous to you.
Let's see here. The foul-smelling toxins could end up leaking into your breath.
Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't have gone down this road.
Well, it's too late.
Maybe that's why some people get bad breath.
Fart breath.
Halitosis.
That could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. I'm going to move on. I think I should, unless you guys want to hear more about this.
Well, so glad you brought it up.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
you've already brought it up. You may as well go down this road.
Or I could not.
Well,
and
that's
actually,
true.
we
Just
could,
wait for Chris.
We could.
Yeah, we could.
More fart talk at 8:30.
Yeah, get ready for fart talk. 8:35 right here.
We could go down some. Oh my gosh, Mario says pop fart.
Pop fart. That's good, Mario.
That is good. That's comedy right there. Comedy gold.
That's exactly right. Yeah, people are like, TB says, please don't go down the gas road. Okay, I won't. I won't go down the gas road. We talk about drones again. You guys want to talk about drones again?
Well, sure. It's drone
I
talk.
love this.
It is drone talk. So, a couple of things. Number one, I love that Trump is calling out. Hey, by the way, real quick, just on, I'm going to go all over the place in this segment.
Okay.
So, here's my concern with Donald Trump going after some of these pollsters or reporters or, news networks for these lawsuits, is that people can just as easily go after Fox News. People could just as easily go after a talk show host for giving an opinion. So it has to be, at least to me, the conversation has to be more about, is a person knowingly telling a lie about said person? So, for example, if that pollster in Iowa knowingly put out a poll that she knew was false to try to impact the election, then yes, I believe that that's election interference. Here's another one. And I've used this before. MSNBC. MSNBC for months and months and months talked about how Donald Trump, he was all about Agenda 2025. And they knowingly reported a lie for months trying to impact the election. So my question to the super texters would be, do you think that, those media outlets like MSNBC, should they be sued because they clearly knowingly were reporting a lie? Kamala Harris and the Harris campaign. What they did, they constantly invoked Agenda 2025, saying that it was Donald Trump's, and it wasn't. They knowingly lied. Should they be held accountable? In other words, where does it end? And how do you prove that they knowingly lied? And news outlets are supposed to, at the very least, be somewhat credible. And to Alina Habba's point, right, is that here she is just saying, listen, media, you're losing all credibility. And the more you do this, the more credibility you're losing. Plus, you might lose some lawsuits down the road. Now, I don't know about any of that. But I think that if you can knowingly prove that these media outlets are trying to impact the election and doing it by lying and purposely lying. See, I don't know did Fox News ever actually lie about Kamala Harris? Did Fox News actually lie about Joe Biden? No, I don't think that they did. They told the absolute truth about his lies and his disastrous policies. So lying is something that the other side does. Lying is something that Democrats do, not Republicans, at least in this instance. At least, so says the conservative, right? But all I'm saying is that it could go both ways. But should we hold these reporters and these outfits legally responsible? Then you start going down the road of podcasters.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So everywhere you go, there's, I'm slippery sloping all over the place. So I don't know. And maybe you could say that these media outlets are being punished enough by losing all their credibility. I firmly believe that MSNBC, I don't know if their numbers are still down as much as they were, but the reason why their numbers down are because they lied. They lied to their viewers. They lied to the people that trusted them. So I think that's part of the reason why their numbers are down. And so they are being punished. But there's a lot of slippery slope there. Do I feel like the woman who did the poll in Iowa should be investigated for trying to interfere with an election? I do, actually. Because if she was so good, she would have made that mistake a couple of days before the election, right? So, if there's a precedent that needs to be set, these may be the cases to set those precedents. Now, Donald Trump was asked about the drones.
Our president knows, and for some reason they want to keep people in suspense. I can't imagine it's the enemy, because if it was the enemy, they'd blast it out. Even if they were late, they'd blast it. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should.
Yeah, they should. So John Kirby begs to differ. He was on with Fox News.
As we look at the information we've got, and we've now examined some 5,000 different sightings, we've added detection capabilities, additional observers. As you and I stand here today, to date, our assessment is that this is lawful, legal, commercial, hobbyist, and even law enforcement aircraft activity. Some of it's manned, some of it's unmanned. We absolutely acknowledge that a lot of these are probably drones, but they're flying legally. And it is legal to fly drones in non-restricted airspace as long as you're registered with the FAA. And there's thousands and thousands of these kinds of flights every single day. I think there's more than 1 million drones that are registered with the FAA just in the United States alone.
So John Kirby is they're sticking to their talking points. But here's the deal, and these are obvious points, and I've mentioned these before. They've been flying over our military installations. They have shut down airports. The Coast Guard was reporting dozens of these things were harassing them out at sea. That was on fire. That was that Martha McCallum interview. We had that story we reported yesterday, Wall Street Journal, where a fleet of drones or unidentified aircraft shut down Langley Air Force Base. Grounded planes are fighter jets for 17 days. And so there's just so much of this that doesn't make sense based on the stories that we're seeing. And so you listen to John Kirby, and it's just, to me, clearly, John Kirby is lying. And we've got more of those lies coming up. It is 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, 8:16, 50 degrees, cloudy today, a slight chance of rain, and a high of 58, although the temperature's going down.
Yes, it is.
All morning it's been going down.
Yes.
I
think it'll rise, though.
You think?
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
Temperature's going down like my mood, Johnny. Moving right along.
That rough,
Do we need mood lighting?
Need mood music?
No, we don't need mood lighting or mood music.
Or do we need this?
Oh, no. That's where his mood's going.
Yeah, it sure is.
That's where my mood's going.
That's right, man.
Kirby is still saying nothing to see here.
Because we've done the analysis, we've done the detection and the analysis, we've corroborated the sightings, and in every case that we have examined to date, we have seen nothing that indicates a public safety risk. There are drones flying over the skies of the United States every single night, every single day, and we've seen nothing in and around New Jersey that should give the people on the ground there concerns for their safety for this activity. And we've seen nothing, working with the Department of Defense as well, that indicates a foreign adversary actor involved or any kind of pernicious national security threat. Now, there have been some drone sightings, I think, as you know, over some military bases. We're obviously looking at that. That is a different category, and DOD has different authorities to deal with that. But again, we've also seen no disruption of operations at our bases in New Jersey either from that.
Which is so weird. He says these things, but they have been interrupted.
Well, yeah.
That's the thing that I don't get. And I said this earlier. It feels awfully the border is secure around here. You know what I'm talking about?
And don't worry about those balloons. That's nothing.
That's exactly right. And so you have lawmakers now still on both sides of the aisle, President-elect Donald Trump and many others who we don't believe the government. And there's a reason. I was talking to Jonathan Fahey earlier. The reason we don't believe the government is because this is what the government does, particularly the Biden administration. They just lie, and they lie, and they lie, and they lie. And so that's the reason why we don't have confidence in the government, in our government. Now, there's these theories, and we were talking about this earlier. There's these theories that there are drones, and they are our drones, and they're looking for missing nuclear warheads. That's the story, missing nuclear warheads. Now, people are saying that's a conspiracy theory. I believe that's a theory. I'm not going to say that's a conspiracy. What do I always say about conspiracy theories?
They always tend to come true, don't they?
Yep. Conspiracy theorists are just the ones that see the truth before everybody else. Now, earlier, we're talking about this Dr. Stephen Greer. This is also out there. We were talking about this earlier, where this is all part of a massive attempt at the global elites like George Soros to take over the country. Project Bluebeam. We were talking about this earlier.
Sound like the bag's under his eyes.
It's exactly right, Johnny. Project Bluebeam. And when I played this audio earlier, I think I got some street cred from some of the conspiracy theorists out there because they were like, oh my gosh, this guy was also played on Alex Jones. Listen to this guy. Basically what he says. This is, again, Dr. Stephen Greer. And he says that there's been a process all along where the world elites have rolled out Cold War, terrorism, global financial chaos. I threw in COVID. And now they're talking about this Project Bluebeam, where what they're trying to do is they're trying to scare the living crap out of Americans and basically turn us into a police state because we're all worried about an alien invasion.
And then the big one, which is the one that they're working on most, that's been very covert in these unacknowledged special access projects, is this hoaxed alien threat. All of this is basically a dress rehearsal for what's coming. And people need to wake up.
There you go. Anytime somebody says you better wake up, I tend to go back to sleep. So
all that music, it's very
ominous.
Yeah.
It is very ominous, actually. And now just so we're clear, because I don't want people to think that I've gone full blown crazy. I don't buy into that theory. I don't buy into the theory that global elites are trying to stage some sort of a fake alien invasion to incorporate worldwide martial law. I don't believe that's going on.
But Alex Jones always turns out to be right. Like, it sounds crazy. It always sounds crazy at first.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, by the time you get to the end and you parse all the words and things happen, he was right.
Yeah. I think what makes it sound so over the top is Alex's voice at times.
Yeah.
You're my enemy. And then the music. It just kind of sounds woohoo.
You know what I feel like when I hear Alex Jones's voice?
Oh, no.
That's what I feel like when I'm just kidding. You know how I feel right about now, folks?
How you feel?
Oh, no.
I feel like that because of something we got to talk about at 8:35.
Oh, okay.
So
I know
we're going to do
what
that.
is. Okay.
So stay close, 8:23.
Hang in there, buddy.
Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Dan Mandis here, back to school time every day. I thank the Lord for Xfinity Internet. Now, we can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage in my house that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. Every night in the Mandis household, when we start doing homework, I really do appreciate Xfinity Internet. Now, listen, homework and radio shows, they don't wait for the Internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone is online and working. I rely on Xfinity. And if there are issues, Xfinity has 24/7 customer service. They are here for you whenever you need it with in-home Wi-Fi support. And if you're on the go, you can stay connected with over 20 million secure Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots nationwide. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock-solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, 1-800-XFINITY, online, Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. 828 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, Johnny, kill the music. So somebody asked me if I have a Nancy Pelosi update.
Oh, I love it.
Now, do we all know what happened with Nancy Pelosi? Joan, do you know what happened with Nancy Pelosi?
Yeah, she was in Luxembourg with a group of other congressional leaders.
And then?
She fell down the stairs.
Well, that happens when you have those.
She sure did.
That's happened when you have a cocktail at 10 in the morning.
You know what? I think that at this point in time, Nancy Pelosi doesn't even have to drink.
No.
It's just like she's like half blood and half cocktail in her body.
So my question is, why does she feel the need to wear spiky heels? She's, what, 87?
84.
Oh, come on,
like,
Joan.
Who at 84?
Hey, man, she's a woman.
Yeah. Yeah. P.S. So am I. I don't wear those things anymore.
She fell down a marble staircase.
Oh, my gosh, that had to hurt.
Now, is it wrong of me to be playing this? I mean, is it too soon?
It does it. Are you playing that because it like you can hear the sound of her going down the steps?
Oh, you don't know the whole social media thing where there's video of people falling and they put it to the tune of...
It does sound like somebody.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
That's a whole internet. How do you? You're far hipper than me, Joan Jones.
I have missed that completely.
Well, Joan... It's a big internet thing.
Okay.
Welcome to the TikTok age, Joan.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
Let's be honest. It was an internet thing like a few years ago, and I was just catching on.
All right.
Anyway, so apparently, you guys want to hear something awful? When this happened, oh, God, should I do this? I don't care if I work in D.C. ever again. So I was doing a talk show in Washington, D.C., and there's all these reports that Nancy Pelosi has been badly injured in Luxembourg. And I have a show in a few hours in Washington, D.C. I'm thinking, what am I going to say if she dies?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, I have been bagging on this woman who I have zero respect for my entire career. And then when somebody dies, it's like, oh, and I'm on in Washington, D.C.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm thinking, oh, my Lord, what am I? I'm stressing out, right? Now, thankfully, because I don't wish, bad things on anyone, apparently, except for Nancy Pelosi. But she didn't die. She's now had hip replacement surgery. And she does. She wears those spiky heels, Joan. And if you look at, then we got to go. But then, if you look at the photograph that they took right before the fall.
Yeah.
Have you seen this, Joan? She's holding the hand of one of her colleagues so that she doesn't fall down. She couldn't even stand for a photograph. Now, either she was really drunk or she's really old or both.
Probably both.
So
I would guess.
Yeah.
Could be. 8:32, real quick. Nashville's Morning News. So way off time. Spend time where it matters most this holiday season. Sell your home fast with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Don't worry about showings and open houses or spending money on costly repairs. The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate allows you to bypass the market, receive an all-cash offer, and close in as little as 21 days. Now, one of their clients, Tom, said Mark Spain Real Estate sold my house quickly and for more money than we expected. The entire process was easy and stress-free. I highly recommend Mark Spain Real Estate, and so do I. They've got over 12,500 five-star reviews. Mark Spain Real Estate knows what matters most, a quick sale and maximum profit. Selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions you will ever make. Go with Mark Spain Real Estate. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. You can always find them online. It's markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing.
Good morning. It's now 8:30. 8:32.
Moving on.
And I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Hey, listen, we may have some severe weather moving through tonight into tomorrow morning. Want to make sure that you're aware of that? Stick around for the forecast and for traffic right after the news. Video of a speeding car tearing through Lebanon's downtown over the weekend and going airborne through the square has gone viral. That car narrowly missing, hitting the monument in the middle of the square. Well, now Channel 4's Carly Gordon says changes may be coming.
Lebanon police say there have been more than 100 crashes here over the past 2 years. Police now say they are ramping up patrols in this area. They are also looking at traffic patterns to determine whether something needs to change. And the crash here, by the way, remains under investigation.
Two people were inside the car. It eventually did crash. One of them was seriously hurt. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee's administration has been meeting with potential vendors that would run a private school voucher program. The Tennessean reports the move comes as lawmakers gear up to tackle whether to expand the program statewide. The Tennessean reports it's not unusual for lawmakers and administration officials to meet with lobbyists and stakeholders on legislation before it's being considered by the legislature. Are you taking a trip in the car for the Christmas holiday? Well, you certainly won't be alone.
On the roads, 107 million people are expected to drive. That's more than 2 million more than last year. The best time to get on the road is before 11 a.m., just about any day before Christmas.
ABC's Gio Benitez reporting moments after the opening bell here. Everything is down on Wall Street. Dow Jones Industrials are minus 190. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, it's still there. Cedar Hill, 24, the eastbound lanes before Maxey Road, exit 19. The overturned vehicle there blocking off the left lane. Also, Hermitage, 40 westbound at Old Hickory Boulevard, 221B. That's an accident. Got another one in Berry Hill, 65 northbound lanes north of I-440 exit 80. Also this morning, if you're traveling in Antioch Pike, south of Harding Place, that's an accident. Nolensville Pike, south of Barnes, another one south of McNally Drive, both of them on Nolensville Pike this morning. Be careful out there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey everybody, Dan Mandis from Nashville's Morning News. The Wall Street Journal reported a while ago that people are feeling stress, anxiety, and depression because of this election. If that's you, talk to my guy, Dr. Christopher Van Schenk. He is a psychiatrist out in Nolensville. Now, he can help you with not only depression, if you're feeling it because of politics or whatever, but he can also help you with alcoholism, drug abuse as well. Go to his website, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. He's got a long list of conditions that he can help you with, either in person or at telehealth. Bottom line is, he wants to make it as easy as possible for you to get the help that you need. He can help your kids as well. Check him out online. Again, nolensvillepsychiatry.com. The number's below. Thanks for listening, and good luck. .838. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I think one of the things that we've learned from today is that Joan doesn't always have to give a time check.
You're judging by the last newscast.
Yeah, because I was late.
Yeah.
It was 8:32.
And she rubbed it in.
We should just roll with 8:30 something on the dot.
You know what? Sometimes 30-something is fine.
Yeah.
This is not a problem whatsoever.
I was not trying to rub that in.
Oh,
I
yes,
don't
you
know where
were.
you got that from.
Oh, let's be honest, Joan.
It's 8:32, not to be confused with 8:31 or 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7.
That's right.
Yes, indeed. So I've been a little off today, not to make all this about me, but and if you folks have been listening, you know that I've been off today because of something that I know and knew all day that we had to talk about right now.
Sure.
Johnny?
Oh, man, you're going to just throw it to me, huh?
Sure am.
Well, I got to announce that today is my last day at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's a business decision. And, you know, I've been treated well as I always have been here at the big Super Talker. So this is going to be it. This is my last gang of four. And guys, I have to say, it has been a rock and roll pleasure to be working with every one of you.
Well, we'll say the same thing.
It's breaking my stinking heart.
Yeah, I say something, Chris.
Well, I'll just say this. I've never met anybody like Johnny B. And from the moment I stepped in to produce, it was Johnny that took me under his wing. It was Johnny that showed me the ropes. It was Johnny that warned me about Dan's jokes. It was Johnny that made a massive impact on my family and myself. And I'm grateful for every show that I've had with you. I've had the pleasure of working with you now a few times, and I'm praying that Mason is late again today.
Yeah.
Because of all the days I need Mason to be late, it's this one, so I can just get another 15 minutes with Johnny so we can hit the snooze button on this announcement. I just want 15 more minutes, please.
Let's all be honest, though. There really is no warning good enough about my jokes.
No.
Was it a strong enough warning?
I felt at the time it was, but I was woefully unprepared.
Still all about you.
Still all about Dan Mandis.
Yeah, that's it.
But I got to say, when Phil Valentine was the whole reason I got into talk radio. I didn't have a desire to get into it, but Phil's the one that got me into it, and I'm so thankful he did. And I miss that man immensely. He was a great guy to work with. It was the best teamwork I've ever seen on radio. And with saying that, after he passed away, I really thought that was the end for me. I didn't want to do it anymore. But then when Dan came to me and said he was moving to mornings, I'm thinking, Dan Mandis and Ken Weaver. Man, that sounds like fun. And it was. It was just as fun as my times with Phil. And when Ken Weaver moved to afternoons, I was devastated. But then this beautiful young lady behind me came in and, man, lifted this place up so high.
Man,
And
it's just been a blessing. And I've loved everybody I work with.
Johnny, you don't have to kiss Joan's ass.
I am.
You don't have to do that now. It's your
settle down
last
over
day.
there. I'm liking this.
Tell Joan what you really think about her, Johnny.
Joan, you wait till my last day. Oh, wait.
But yeah, it's been a pleasure to work here, and it has been eye-opening at times, and I can't ask for a better group of people. And it's gonna be hard to say goodbye to you guys, but it won't be. A lot of you
It won't be goodbye.
It's not goodbye.
Nope.
No, I'll be hanging out with you guys some.
Oh yeah.
And you know they said maybe you can come in and do some fill-in or what have you. But we do have a parting gift. Is a parting gift ready? I have here for you, Johnny, your own CD copy of the Cars for Kids commercial.
Oh, wonderful!
So
I was
you
just
can play it whenever you want.
I was just talking to Joan off air, and I said, "Well, at least I don't have to hear that anymore."
There are a few things that are going to appreciate and value that we could give you.
Yeah.
This is one of those. It also includes a B-side of the remix version.
Oh, cool!
Yes.
So wonderful!
Can I just tell you how much love you're getting on the super text line?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Amazing.
I mean, let's be honest. Johnny B is a Nashville legend.
Yes.
And there's no, I'm not joking, man. Like
that.
I mean it. Like
Yes.
there's no cutting around it.
Yeah.
You are a Nashville legend, and the time that you had here with Phil and then with Dan, it's your career is unbelievable.
It's been fun, man. I mean, I couldn't have. And like I said, I kind of pinched myself at times because I didn't envision myself in talk radio at all.
Yeah.
And it has been so much fun, and it's taught me so much. And plus, I just love everybody I work with. And that not only includes this radio station, but all the stations. We have such a great staff here, and it's a really special place.
Yeah.
Sure is.
Keep the conversation going real quick.
Okay, I sure will. So when are we going to get together, Chris? I guess I can come to your church. And
Let's
bring
go. Let's
bring
go.
some-
Oh, man, how
You
many
tell
times
me.
have I
You go
asked you
there,
to
too.
come? Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we'll
We
probably
need you.
show up at your church.
Let's go.
We'll bring
Yeah.
some jerky.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to call an audible. We got a very special person. I got it.
Okay, Dan.
Oh, man, Dan.
Now, see, I thought I was the one that was going to do that, and you're doing it. Now you're going to make me do it.
That wants to talk to you.
Oh, really?
We're going to do that coming up next.
Okay.
Take the spots on WTN. All right, I can do this. I can do this. Chris Hand just said, Dan, if you don't want to cry, just picture him in boxer shorts.
I said, Dan, just picture me in my underwear.
I apologize, Chris, but no thanks, man. Because
I was trying to do one for the team. You think I want Dan picturing me in my underwear?
Not really.
All right, so
I'm so glad there's a lot of glass between me and you guys.
So listen,
picture me in hose, Dan.
We are talking about Johnny's last day today.
Yeah, it's today.
And a very special person wants to say hello to you, Johnny.
Oh,
It's
wow.
Susan Valentine.
Oh, wow. Susan, how are you, dear?
Am I on the air?
Yes, you are. You're live. Did you not want to be on the air?
Hello?
Hi, Susan. Can you hear us?
I can.
She can hear me.
Go ahead. Yeah, Johnny can hear you. Go ahead, Susan.
I am picturing everybody in their underwear, but I'm still crying, so that didn't work so well. I'm very emotional about this, so bear with me. The person that Johnny B is to my family, but the person he was to Phil, he was his partner and he was his friend, and the Phil Valentine show was the two of them. And it never, ever would have enjoyed the success that it enjoyed without Johnny. And Phil knew that. He knew that. And his humor and his wit and his intelligence made that show work and made it successful. And I just am hoping for good things for him. And I'm forever grateful from the bottom of my heart for who he is and was to Phil, and who he is to my family and listeners around the country. Phil thought there was no one more talented than Johnny. And I think everybody who knows him and listens and works with him would agree. He's just an enormous talent. But more than that, he's just an incredible human being. And he has been so wonderful to my family. But it's who he was to Phil that is on my heart today. He is directly responsible. He's as responsible as Phil was for the success of that show. And Phil knew it, and I knew it, and I will never, ever forget that. And I remain so grateful.
Susan, I thank you so much for calling. This was not on my bingo card today, you calling in. And I know that I echo, as a guy that's worked with JB for 10 years and on this show for 3. And this show would not have been as successful as it has been without Johnny. And I think that that's why this is so incredibly difficult for me. It's difficult for you because Johnny, he's not just a coworker, he's a friend.
No, yes.
So can I ask how are you doing, and how are the boys doing, if I may?
We are okay. Phil was the heart and soul of our family, and he loved us without condition. And we're not particularly impressive people, but I don't think he knew that. He thought we were the grandest people, and we felt that.
I would disagree with that, but okay.
But I think we're okay. I'd like to. I mean, this is about John and not about Phil today, but I do thank Phil's listeners. They have been so kind and so good to us, and continue, years later to care about us. I know many in the audience have certainly never heard me speak before. And I'm sure everybody's out there going, gosh, how is this woman not on the radio? I mean, she has an undetectable accent. She could be from New York, the Midwest. We don't know where this woman's from. How is she not on the radio? But that aside, I think we're better. I know for listeners, the loss of Phil and now Johnny B not being on WTN, it's an enormous hole, and it's a hole in our lives that is gaping. It's gaping, and we just try to continue go forward and like I said, make him proud, but he was proud of us for just being. So that's probably not a particularly tall task. He was proud of us for just being. So, but we miss him. I told him every day that he was the cutest kid in town. And those of you who know him would say, I was the cutest kid in town. She's right. But anyway, good luck to everybody. Good luck to Johnny, and I love you. I love you, Johnny. You know I do. I love you, and I just wish you well.
Well, I love you too. I know you can't hear me, but I love you and the boys very much, and hopefully we can get together soon.
Susan Valentine, thank you very much for calling up, helping us honor Johnny. We always honor Phil on this radio station. I will always honor Johnny.
Well, and look, man, you've got I'm telling you, WTN is in good hands. I mean, you've got some great talent here. I really have my doubts whether the station could bounce back after losing Phil, but it has, and I think you guys will continue to do so. And I know with Dan Mandis, Joan Jones, Chris Hand, everybody involved, Matt Murphy, it's going to survive, and I wish great things for all of you. I really do.
Well, Johnny, all I can say is thank you.
Thank you. I got to tell you, Dan Mandis, that nobody has done as much for me in this business than you have. You've gone beyond what you should have done. You and Ken Weaver and Joan Jones, I mean, between all of you on this show, it has been fun. I mean, this has been the most fun I've ever had in radio next to working with Phil. I didn't know this could happen, and it did. And I'm very thankful to the management of WTN for keeping me on as long as they have. I mean, they've been very nice to allow me to do this today, and I appreciate that.
I will say, and Chris, you know this, it's very unusual for a company to do to allow someone to say goodbye.
Yes,
so
it
kudos
is.
Kudos to the folks for that.
Exactly. I'm very thankful to them for that. And even in our, talk yesterday, we had a great conversation, treated with respect on both ends. So, a lot of times in radio, you have people that do horrendous things on their way out, but I'm not going to be one of those guys. I'm just going to wish this station a lot of success because I see it coming. I know that all of you guys are going to do great.
Well, again, this is goodbye on the air, not goodbye off the air.
No,
That's
in
right.
fact, I think you're going to be sick of hearing, at least from me. So,
I am an absolute mess. Do I look as bad on camera as I think that I do? Folks, I am ugly crying in here. It is.
Brian says yes.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
I need a tissue myself.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Susan Valentine, I wasn't expecting
I was that. Holy mackerel.
Man, that you talk about
That's why we're in the middle of that. We're talking, and my cell phone rings, and it's Susan Valentine.
Wow.
And I was, number one, shocked.
Well, that's one
great
great
She said she was listening, and but it's such a class act for her to call up. And so thank you to Susan Valentine for calling up and giving Johnny the appropriate due that, we're all trying, but she just hit it out of the park.
Yeah, she always does.
Yeah.
She and Phil Valentine, you talk about two people that were definitely meant for each other. Those two were. You talk about a great love story.
Yep.
There's
absolutely.
no greater love story other than John and Glenna or Dan and Amy.
Sure.
Or Joan and John.
There you go.
yeah.
Or Chris and Virginia.
And Chris and, Chris and, what did you call her?
Valerie.
Victoria.
Yeah.
I know. So here's how I remember her name now is because it's the name of a state that I used to live in that starts with a V. Virginia.
There you go.
There you go. They narrowed it down.
It could be West Virginia, but that would be a little awkward to call her
Yeah,
that.
that would be. Now she's. Yeah.
Now he's going to do it.
Now she's really trying to make me even more confused than I already am.
But you know who really makes this radio station rock? It's not us. It's the listeners.
Amen.
Absolutely.
Who are going crazy on the super text line with love for you, Johnny, and I
Well,
hope you get to read them all.
I love them, and we're still going to see each other. And I'd like to say to the sponsors, we have some great sponsors on this radio station.
We do, and the sponsors allow us to do what we do.
Yeah, and thank you to Dr. Mitchell for your very touching Christmas gift. I haven't been able to contact him yet, but I hope he's listening. And
guitar.
I
got a ukulele,
Amazing.
but you got a guitar.
That guitar sounds so good.
All right, listen, we got to go.
Well, we've still got time.
Johnny, we don't. We got
2 minutes. We got 2 minutes now.
We don't have 2 minutes. Okay, good.
We have 2 minutes.
All right, Johnny, and I'm going to do my spot tomorrow. I'll make it up tomorrow because I can't get through a live read.
Well, they can't yell at me anymore.
Johnny's like, what are they going to do? Fire me?
You can, but you won't hear them.
Johnny, there's some folks that are not on Facebook. How can people reach out to you?
Yeah.
Well, you can. I'm on X, of course, and it's Bozeman World. And if you don't know how to spell Bozeman, watch Yellowstone. They have it up there all the time.
Or Bozeman.
There you go, Bozeman World.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on Twitter there, and you can also catch me at Facebook, or you can email me at bozemanworld@gmail.com.
He'll also be occupying the corner bench at the McDonald's
Yes,
every
I'll
morning
be-
having coffee now.
And listen, if there's anybody out there like, Trace Atkins, anybody that needs a rhythm guitar player and a background singer, I'm free now. So
You have all this time.
and I travel well.
And you travel well.
Yeah, I do.
There you go. All right, Johnny.
I think we have to wake him up, though, at like 2 o'clock every morning just to keep him in practice.
Johnny, just making sure you're okay.
Yeah.
No, we're not going to do that. That's one thing I am looking forward to is
Sleep.
ignoring the 2 o'clock.
Hey, Johnny, can we be honest with me if I ask you an honest question?
Sure.
Have you already blocked my number?
No, Dan, I have not.
Okay. All right. Well,
Tell him what he wants to hear. That's all. There you go. Yes.
all right.
I love you guys.
We love you too,
love you,
man.
Johnny.
We love you.
This has been the hardest thing I've ever done on radio. Chris was coming up. Why did you try to top what we just did for the last 15, 20 minutes?
We're going to be hoping and praying during the commercial break that my producer is late, so we get a couple more minutes of Johnny B.
There you
And
go.
then we're gonna talk about Justin Trudeau resigning. We're going to talk about RFK, the governor of Canada. We're going to talk about RFK and his visit to Capitol Hill yesterday. We're going to talk about the Democrats' push for gun control after Madison, Wisconsin, and the spiciest episode of Tucker Carlson on the internet ever.
Ooh.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
All right, we'll return tomorrow on WTN.
Nine o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do have some severe weather expected later today, perhaps tonight into tomorrow morning. Want to make you aware of it. Stick around for after the news. We've got the traffic and we've got the full weather forecast coming up. A teacher and a student both killed yesterday when a student at a Christian school in Wisconsin opened fire inside that school. Well, now comes the work of trying to find out why that 15-year-old female went on a rampage. Former FBI agent Nicole Parker speaking to Fox News.
What was the precipitating stressor where they said, today is the day I am going to do this? And that's so important to look at. You know, it was right before the holidays. The timing is not a coincidence. The timing is not a coincidence. They wanted this done before the Christmas break.
Yeah, this was the last week of school before the Christmas break, and they had a week of festivities to look forward to in that school, including a holiday concert and an ugly Christmas sweater day. The shooter opened fire in a study hall of students of mixed grades. A hit-and-run crash has critically injured a pedestrian in East Nashville. This happened yesterday morning about 9:30. Police say home surveillance video showed a car being operated by 54-year-old Michael Williams accelerating to the point of losing control on Porter Avenue, causing the car to jump the sidewalk and to strike a pedestrian. But Williams left the scene. A witness followed him to a home on Riverside Drive, and that's where police arrested him. No word on the condition of that pedestrian. Remember this moment on CNN.
The guard makes us turn the camera off while he shoots the lock off the cell door.
That was the footage of reporter Clarissa Ward discovering a lone prisoner left behind in a Syrian prison.
It moved. Is there someone there?
Well, it turns out that so-called prisoner staged the event and duped Clarissa Ward. A fact-checking group has found that the man is actually a Syrian Air Force intelligence first lieutenant who the locals said worked at a checkpoint that was infamous for abuses. CNN said in a statement that they were continuing to investigate the incident, but they stopped short of saying that Ward and the others staged the event for the cameras. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.